A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Since Mary Sothern's husband, Max, went to prison, Gerald Proust has hoped to secure from Mary the controlling stock in the Sanders interest. And yesterday, he craftily explained to Dr. John Benson that Benson's support of Mary might react to her disadvantage. The townspeople might feel that Benson's attention to Mary was affecting his medical efficiency. Proust suggested that Benson cease supporting Mary for her own welfare. Sensing the trick, of course, Benson wanted to know what Proust stood to lose if Benson declined to abandon Mary Sanders. It's not a question of what I have to lose, said Proust, but rather what you have to lose, Dr. Benson. Proust departed, leaving a puzzled and disturbed Dr. John Benson to think about it. It is later that evening in the Stratford home. Danny Stratford, married to Max's crippled sister Phyllis, is talking to pretty young Laura Barton in the Stratford living room. Laura, remember, is staying with the young Stratfords to take care of Phyllis. Let's listen.
You know what I'm surprised at, Laura? You know what really surprises me?
No, what surprises you, Danny?
Well, for one thing, it surprises me that your dad let you stay here with us. How come a girl like you gets a kick out of taking care of Phyllis? Well, the last I remember, you wanted to be your father's partner. You know, big business and all of that.
Yes, I know, Danny, but somehow I'm really having fun now. I think I should have been a nurse.
Yeah?
I feel happy and important and responsible taking care of Phyllis, and if she were cured, I feel I'd done something.
Oh, don't you mind at all? I mean, all the hard work and getting your hands all dried out with that massage alcohol.
No, Danny, not a bit. I always put a good hand lotion on later, and it keeps my hands nice and soft. And besides, it's doing Phyllis a world of good.
Yeah, it is. Well, let's see your hands.
See? Not a bit dry.
Mm-hmm. They're nice.
So you see, I don't mind at all.
No kidding, Laura. You really just wanted to take care of Phyllis and the baby? That's the only reason you're doing this, Danny?
Isn't that enough?
Yeah, sure. Plenty enough. No, I do appreciate it.
I just got to thinking, well, how wrong it was. Such a pretty young girl like Phyllis to, well, being so young and all. You know what I mean, Danny.
Pretty is right. Oh, those sugar pookies used to have a lot of fun together. They sure did. Oh, it just gets me down when I think of the way things used to be and now how everything's changed.
You'll be happy again, Danny. Phyllis will get well, I know she will. See? That means it'll come true. If the clock strikes an odd hour when you say something, it'll come true. Like sneezing.
7 o'clock. Mary ought to be home from prison soon. She went to see Max today, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, those were the good old days. Mary, Max, Daddy, all of us together. Phyllis and I were at the log cabin every Friday night. Fridays they had old-time dances and special waltzes. Bucked a couple for the night. But that's how it is when you're too happy and you dance too much. You gotta pay for it later on.
Why, Danny, no one ever had to pay for having been happy.
Phyllis was as light as a feather. She was a ballet dancer. And pretty. I say, she'd put on her fluff dress and...
What?
And she'd... Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Lots of whipped cream and fizzy stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it almost makes me sick thinking how pretty she looked. And the music.
I know, Danny.
No, let's try it.
Try what?
Why, it's a beautiful blue day. Come on, Laura, let's dance.
Oh, Danny, I don't think we ought to. It'll wake up Phyllis.
No, we'll be quiet. We'll just float. Like Phyllis and I used to. Come on. stand too close in these green roses. They're wide and handsome, and you really care. Now, your hand like this. Yeah. And now. That's it. All right. Da-da-da-da-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Oh, not so fast, Danny, not so fast.
Well, you're doing all right, Laura. Come on. Come on, keep it up. Dum-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Oh, there goes the lamp. How did that happen?
Danny, Laura. Oh, Mary, what happened?
Well, you see, we were floating.
Dancing, he means, Mary. I think I'd better see if we won't fill us up, Mary. Better take care of that lamp, Danny.
Oh, here.
That's the one Daddy gave you and Phyllis for your wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take care of it. It's mostly okay. Well, I'll see you later, Mary, and find out all about Max. Well, about dancing like that, well, like crazy. You see, Mary, I don't know. I got to remembering how me and Phyllis used to dance, and well, that's all, I guess.
I know, Danny. I want to dance too sometimes, but I don't. Oh, come here. Oh, John.
Hello, Mary.
Come in.
Thanks.
Just got in a minute ago myself. I've been to see Max.
Yes, I know. How is Max?
He's well, thank you. He asked about you.
Did you tell him the truth, or did you say I was all right?
Well, I'll take the coat if you don't mind. You don't seem to know what to do with it yourself.
Put it anywhere, Mary. Anywhere at all.
John, what happened between you and Gerald Proust this evening?
Nothing pleasant, I can tell you.
Oh, but not too unpleasant.
Herod out-Heroded Herod, you know. Well, today Gerald out-Geralded Gerald.
What happened?
Well, first of all, kept me waiting for half an hour. There I was, pacing up and down, burning up cigarettes like mad. Don't think he didn't notice the ashtray full of stubs and draw the right conclusion.
Oh, he deliberately made you wait just to make you nervous.
Mary, that man is going to go to any extreme within the law to get you to give up Max's stock in the Sanders' interest.
Was that what it was all about again?
Oh, no, not to hear Proof tell it. He'd have me believe he was interested solely in your happiness and welfare.
Another grim fairy tale. So what happened?
That man is the most plausible scoundrel I've ever met. Mary, there's something in what he says, and I don't want you to scoff at it when I tell you.
All right, John, I won't scoff.
Well, he said that people in town are antagonistic toward you anyhow because your husband roped them in and all that. You know.
That's not new. I've been hearing that for some time now.
That's only the beginning. He said people like me. They respect me and consider me a fine doctor. And so forth and so forth and so forth. So they trusted in me implicitly and all that.
Well, he wasn't unpleasant at all.
No? Wait. He said that people noticing my friendship for you would blame you.
Blame? Blame?
Yes. They'd not condemn me for associating with you, a married woman and all that stuff. And Max Sanders' wife to boot. They'd condemn you for being a scheming woman and taking advantage of poor Dr. John, see?
I never... Why, it's ridiculous, John.
Proof's right about this one thing, though. He suggested, for your own good, Mary, that I stop seeing you.
What else?
I asked him what he had to lose if I refused. He told me that I would lose then.
Oh. I think I understand. Proust has influence, and you'll break Proust if you can.
Mary, I haven't told Proust my decision yet, because I haven't made any decision. But I've been thinking it through. You don't need me very much right now, and...
Yes?
So, I've been wondering, Mary. I wonder if my being with you is doing you more harm than good. For all your learning, Dr. Benson, you know no antidote for any poison that strikes as deeply as Gerald Proust, do you?
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X.
This is the story of the second expedition to the planet of Landro. I am recording it for any future expeditions which might land on this God-forsaken sphere, in the hope that they may learn from our tragic example. As I write, there are 2 of us left. 2 out of an original complement of 180 men. One of us, myself, will be dead in less than 27 minutes. As for the other, heaven have mercy on him. This is how it happened. On June 3rd, 1997, less than 2 months ago, the last of our supply ships blasted off Landro, headed for Earth.
Well, there she goes. Like a big-bottomed bird, huh?
Like to be aboard her, Thaddeus?
Me? Listen, Captain, I've been kicking around with you from one planet to another for so long now, they're all getting to be the same.
Not this one, Thaddeus, not Landro.
No, maybe you're right there. I've never been on one like this. It's a cemetery, that's what it is, a big, cold cemetery. Them empty cities, that's what does it. Sitting there like they was tombs.
Thaddeus, you're getting to be a poet in your old age.
I ain't so poetic I didn't remember to swipe a bottle of Irish off that supply ship.
What?
Right here.
You know, Brady, if you weren't the best all-around cook and troubleshooter I ever shipped, I'd court-martial you.
Well, since I ain't being court-martialed, how about we should open this Irish head tonic after supper tonight, right?
Right. We walked back to the cluster of plastic huts we called the base. It was beginning to freeze up, and that purplish glow had settled across the planet. Yes, it was like a cemetery, all right. A cemetery of dead cities. We walked past one of them, a huge plastic dome with tall, graceful buildings, atomic power systems, vacuum conveyors. All perfect, all deserted, all ominous. How had it happened? Nobody knew for sure. But the best guess was that the plague had frightened the original inhabitants of the planet so that they had piled into rocket ships and headed for some distant planet. I often wondered why a civilization so advanced as Landro could not find a serum to beat the plague. Well, maybe the Aborigines back in the hills knew the answer. Those strange, ugly little people who had taken to the caves the day we landed. All we knew of them was what we found in the anthropological report of the expedition which preceded ours, and an occasional glimpse by someone on a hunting patrol. When I reached my shack, Morgan, the expedition surgeon, was waiting for me. He was sweating like a pig, and it wasn't the heat because my shack was as cold as a grave.
Good evening, Captain Warren.
Well, what brings you here?
It's
Doctor?
a matter of the serum, sir.
What about serum?
It's just that, well, it's no good.
No good?
It's too cold. 10 years too cold.
Didn't you examine it?
Yes, I did, but, well, my eyesight has been failing lately.
Well, are you aware, Doctor, that the last supply ship has returned to Earth? Do you know we'll have no more contact for 2 years?
Well, I must have misread the label, sir.
Dr. Morgan, just how long do you give us?
Well, the present immunity will last a week or so, and then it's just a question of time until someone picks up the plague. After that...
A month. 2 months at most. Do you have any thoughts as to how we might save ourselves?
No, sir, I'm afraid not.
What about the natives? They don't die from the plague.
They must have a treatment for it. If they didn't, there would be no natives.
Would you be willing to go on an expedition to the hills to find out?
Right now, Captain, I'd be willing to do anything. Absolutely anything. I'm truly sorry, sir.
You're sorry. Dr. Morgan, would you mind telling me how it feels to murder 180 men? 181? Including yourself? I did a lot of thinking after Dr. Morgan left my hut. It was still unreal for me. After all, the planning of an expedition was no simple thing. You put into it the results of years of training and experience. Every man on my crew was handpicked for his skill. And yet a simple thing like a myopic surgeon misreading a label could blast the whole thing. Yes, it was a shame. I did the only thing I could think of. I yelled for Battier's Brady. Brady, get your carcass in here and hurry it up.
Okay. What's up?
Sit down, Battier's.
You got trouble, Ira?
We got trouble.
What?
The serum's no good.
What?
Morgan forgot to check it. It's 10 years too old.
Holy jumping snails. You're going to court-martial?
Well, that wouldn't do much good. We'll all be dead pretty soon unless somebody figures something out.
Why did they send these civilians with us?
Well, it was a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake. Only this was a big one.
Ira, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one chance. One chance in 10 million.
What?
The natives.
Them cave rats, what good can they do us?
They don't get the plague.
So?
So maybe they know a cure.
Oh, listen, those gimpos don't know nothing. Take it from me.
It's the only chance.
Okay, let's get a few of them and beat it out of them.
That's why you're here.
Sure.
How'd you like to come along on a little expedition up to the cave country?
That's a good way to die young.
We die young anyway.
Okay, what's the pitch?
Now, we don't dare let the rest of the camp know. It would knock our morale to pieces.
Who's going?
You, me, the doctor, and Faulkner.
Faulkner? Listen, Ira, he's worse than the doctor.
Well, I know he isn't exactly the man for a hunting trip, but he knows more about the native culture than anybody here. Now, he's the only one who's completely familiar with the records of the first expedition.
Okay, so it's me, you, the doc, and Faulkner. When do we start?
Tonight, in half an hour. Now, we should reach the cave country by tomorrow. With luck, we'll be able to find natives before night.
And then the fun starts. You know, Ira, them gimpos don't exactly love us.
Nobody loves us Battier's. That's one of the great paradoxes about this job. We come here to help them, to civilize them so they can live like human beings instead of pack rats, and they run off to the hills and hide from us. Like we had the... I almost said plague. Okay, Battier's. Get the doc and Faulkner. Benny Faulkner's body was small and consumptive. But he had a good brain. He was the best anthropologist the Interplanet Institute could recommend. He and Dr. Morgan were the only two civilians on the expedition. The rest of us were all Army or Space Patrol. And we hadn't been marching very long before Benny's frail constitution began to show signs of wear and tear.
What's the matter, Benny?
It's nothing. Just the dust. I'm allergic to dust.
You hear that, Ira? He's allergic to dust. We better call out the expedition.
Easy, Battier's.
Yes, sir.
Want to rest a while, Faulkner?
It's okay. I can make it.
Well, we should be in the cave country in an hour or so. It'll be daybreak then, and the going will be easier. How about you, Doctor?
I'll make it.
Okay. Let's go.
Ira.
What is it?
Don't look now, but very slowly turn your eyes to the right and look behind that big yellow rock.
Okay.
You see anything?
No.
Keep looking. Don't stop walking or let up.
Okay.
There.
Looked like a shadow or something.
It's one of them gimpos. He's been following us now for almost an hour, dodging in and out behind rocks. I think there's more of them, too, but I couldn't swear.
Well, anyway, they know we're coming. That's for sure.
What do you think? Should we bring one in?
Not yet. We don't know how many of them there are. Just pretend you don't see them. And above all, tell the others to show no signs of fear. There's nothing will start these simple-minded cavemen like fear. said under no circumstances shall a member of the patrol display fear before a native. The dignity of the Earthman must be preserved at all costs. Walk erect, be firm but just, and do not allow the native to feel he is your superior. It was a good rule, and it always worked. Just before dawn, we reached the cave country. We were tired and hungry, and we stopped to cook some food and rest. Everything was quiet. There was no sign of the Gimpo, as Batty ears called him, until...
Come on, boy, break these shirts.
What's the trouble?
Look at me, Ira. They caught me one of these gimpos sneaking around outside the tent. He almost slit my throat with one of those stone knives he did. Yeah.
Bring him into the light of the fire where we can get a look.
Yeah, right.
Faulkner.
Yes, sir?
Try to establish some communication.
All right, get it.
Look out now. No need to knock him down, Batty ears.
That's the only language they understand.
Faulkner, see if you can reach him.
Okay, Captain. I'll need a drum of some sort.
A what?
Well, I find they communicate with one another through a very primitive kind of vibration of the tongue. Now, the closest I can come is a series of drum beats, a sort of a Morse code. The psychologist on the first expedition had it worked out before he was killed by the plague. I've studied his notes, and I think it'll work.
You mean these animals can talk to one another?
I believe they can. At any rate, we'll have a chance to find out. Do we have something I can use for a drum?
Oh, here. Take my helmet.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I'll tap it 4 times. That's a greeting of some sort.
Oh, just a moment.
Yes, sir?
I don't want you treating this fellow like an equal. Don't give him the idea that we're desperate. Once they sense that, we're lost.
All right. Here we go. Now I'll give him the helmet. Good. He seems to understand. What shall I ask him, sir?
Now, first, tell him we come in peace. Reassure him that we don't wish to hurt him or his people.
I'll try. He seems to understand. He wants to answer.
Well?
He says, others like you came to Landro.
He must mean the first expedition. Go on. I want you to lead around to the subject of the plague gradually. Don't let on that we're desperate.
I'll do my best, sir.
It's a strange sight. On one side of the helmet crouched little Benny Faulkner. Across from him crouched the Landrian, a humpbacked gray little creature with an enormous head and those soft lavender eyes. I'm setting forth in this narrative the transcript of their conversation as Benny Faulkner later transcribed it from the best of his memory. Faulkner, we come as friends. Native. Why? Faulkner, we will help you to rebuild your cities and make your machines work again.
Why?
We want to help you to enjoy the benefits of the great culture which once thrived on Landro.
Why?
Because we want to help you.
If we ask you not to help us, will you go away?
We stay for your own good. We have helped many others on other planets.
How?
We teach them a better way to live. Their way of life was better than your way.
Have you tried our way?
Why were your cities abandoned? Was it the plague?
Yes.
Do you still fear the plague?
Yes.
Do any of your people become afflicted?
Some.
How do you treat them? How do you keep the plague from spreading? Do you have a cure? How can we find a cure for the plague?
Go among my people.
Will we find the answer among your people?
My people have the answer.
Will you tell me the answer?
Go among my people.
The drum beats ended. As far as the Landring was concerned, the conversation was ended. He rose to go, and Faulkner stepped from his path. But Brady was there to ensure the bet.
Hold on there, bucko. You ain't going no place.
Don't maltreat him, Brady. What'd he say, Benny?
He says his people have the answer.
What do you think?
Well, there may be some truth in it. He says some of his people still get the plague.
That must mean it isn't a question of immunity. They must have a cure.
Well, he wasn't clear on that, Doctor.
And they must have a vaccine to keep it from spreading. Does he know?
Evidently not.
I could beat it out of him.
I don't think he's lying.
Well, that leaves it up to us. Now, the first level of caves are on top of that cliff about a mile ahead.
It's a trap. I'll bet my last dollar on it.
Maybe not. We'll have to risk it.
Now, wait.
Yes, Doctor.
Let me go. I got you all into this.
How will you talk?
Well, Benny here can give me enough of the code so I can ask the big question.
All right, Doctor. We'll wait at the foot of the cliff. Now, you go on ahead. If you aren't back down in 3 hours, we'll come up after you.
What about the gimpo we've got?
Now, we'll hold him as a hostage to ensure the doctor's safety.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the doc comes back all right, we'll let him go. Your job, that is.
A pleasure.
Don't kick him.
Natch. But if he gives me any trouble, I'll take a shovel to his bottom. You can count on that.
Dr. Morgan about an hour to pick his way up the side of the cliff to the first of the openings where the Landrians lived. He waved to us before he entered the mouth of the cave. And we waved back. Then we settled down to wait. It was a long, long wait.
8 o'clock. He's been up there more than 3 hours, Ira.
We'll give him a little more time.
It's getting colder.
Now keep the fire going.
You think we'd have heard something by now? If that was going to knock him off, I mean.
Well, not necessarily. Wait. Look. Up on the cliff.
That's the doctor.
What's he running for?
I don't know.
He looks scared.
Crazy fool. If he don't look
The
out...
doctor. Dr. Morgan, look out! Look out!
We found him at the foot of the cliff, crumpled and broken. We never knew why he had thrown himself off. Scrawled across the pad he had taken with him, on which to make notes concerning the answer, was a single word. The word was courtesy. The expedition was a failure. Okay, that's it. I have to head back for camp and just wait and pray.
Not just yet, Ira. Okay?
What's on your mind, Batty?
If it's all the same to you, I'd like to take the gimpo here out behind the rocks and have a talk with him. Okay, Ira?
What do you think you'll accomplish?
I don't know. Just a quiet little talk.
No violence.
No violence. Just a real, earnest type conversation. Okay, Ira?
It was one of those decisions a commanding officer dreads. 180 lives against the chance that Battiers could persuade the little gray man to give an answer he might not even know. I nodded, and Battiers took the little native off behind an outcropping of rock. He was back in 15 minutes, dripping with sweat. Well?
Let's go, Ira.
Nothing, huh?
But nothing.
Is he,
Yeah, they ain't made very good, those little gray people. They come apart too easy. So, let's go, Ira.
All right. Benny. Hey, Benny. What is...
I feel kind of sick all of a sudden.
He's got a weak stomach. Dust allergy.
Hey, wait a minute. What is it, Benny?
The back of my head. Dull kind of pain.
Stick out your tongue. Give him a hand, Battiers. We've got to get him back to camp.
What is it?
I'm not sure. But that blackness on the tongue and the headache, it could be the plague. By the time we got Benny Faulkner back to camp, he had the red spots on his body. And then the fever began to rage. It was a plague, no mistake about it. Before morning, Collins, the supply sergeant, had it. Then it was Peabody. After that, the men went down like 10 pins. They screamed and moaned. And then they died. Come. Hello, Battiers.
Ira?
Have a drink. It's the last of the cough medicine.
Yeah. Tired. Oh, man, I've never been so tired.
What's your count?
We lost 6 more today.
6. That makes 29 dead. 29 in less than a week.
Some stinking natives. They put the whammy on us.
All right, take it easy.
Easy? I'd like to take a machine gun up to them hills and knock off the whole bunch of them.
How's Benny?
Now, that's the funny thing. I went into his tent this morning figuring sure he'd be dead by now. Instead, I see his fever is down a couple of points.
That's amazing. Usually gets him in a matter of days. Faulkner's been hanging on for weeks now. Well, keep an eye on him. It was a nightmare of eternity after that. The ceaseless round of caring for the stricken and helping with the graves and writing in the book the names of those who died. Sleep came in snatches over when we were so exhausted we couldn't stand. Then one morning, Battiers Brady dragged himself into my shack. Sit down, Bat. What's it count?
6 left. We buried the chaplain today. You got a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. How's Faulkner?
I don't get it.
Still alive?
He's getting better. He's sitting up.
Holy mackerel.
This is a good cigarette.
Not like any other.
No, this one's different, Ira. It's my last.
What do you mean?
Take a look at my tongue, Ira. See? Little black spots.
Somehow, I managed to get him into bed. He was already raving when I gave him the last of the morphine. It was incredible. Big, brawling Battiers Brady, a tower of strength, lying sick and whimpering on a cot. I went out on the moors to think. The sun was a dull red glow. Cold breeze whipped up. The planet of Landro was in emptiness. I thought about Battiers and Dr. Morgan and Benny Faulkner. Why should Faulkner, of all of us, recover from the plague from which no man recovered? I turned and went back to see Benny Faulkner.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Benny. How are you?
Good. Got up and walked a couple of steps today. How goes it?
Brady's down.
Oh.
Listen, Benny. There must be some reason why you survived the virus.
Well, how about you? Why didn't you ever even get it?
I give it time.
What can I do?
I want you to tell me everything you know about yourself, everything you can remember.
But why?
Because somewhere in your makeup is some little thing that makes the difference. At least I can leave a record for any future expedition that comes to Landro. Okay?
Okay, Captain Warren. Where do you want me to start?
At the beginning. Now, I'm going to take notes.
Well, I was born on the 2nd of July in 1971. My parents were ordinary people. My father was... everything I can remember. For 3 days now, you've questioned me.
All right. Now take it from where the natives started to walk away. You stepped out of his path and Brady grabbed him.
Okay, so I stepped out of his path.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why did you step out of his path?
Well, why not? Courtesy, that's why. What's the matter?
Courtesy. Funny. That's the word that Dr. Morgan had written in his notebook.
Well, I don't see...
I don't either. Hey, tell me, why should you want to be courteous to a native?
Why not?
What about maintaining your own dignity?
Are you talking about dignity or arrogance? Look, I don't get this at all, Captain.
Now, you're familiar with the records left by the first expedition, Benny. What happened with the natives?
Well, the natives were friendly enough at first, but after a while they went back to the caves.
And when we got here, they wouldn't come near us, right?
Right.
Yet we came to help them.
So what?
So maybe this, Benny. Maybe we were all wet in our deductions. Maybe those cities weren't deserted centuries ago after all. Maybe these little people up in the caves are the same people who used to live in those cities.
Well, why should they leave?
Well, maybe they found out the big cities weren't the answer. Maybe they found out that civilization doesn't necessarily bring happiness. So they just packed up and left. Returned to the simple life.
That doesn't make sense. You're forgetting the plague.
Benny, what is the plague?
Well, I don't know.
I think the plague was nothing more than what we know as greed and arrogance.
Captain, you're going off your rocker.
I think maybe we were in line to die of it, even if the serum had been good.
Well, it violates all the laws of Earth.
We aren't on Earth. We're on Landro. A planet a million light years from home. Now, why are we trying to take these primitive, happy people and make them like ourselves? Why are we trying to mold them, to convince them that they belong in cities, that they should be building better can openers instead of just enjoying human relationships? Why, Benny? If that isn't sheer, stupid, crazy arrogance, my name isn't Ira Warren. The other four went that night. 3 days later, that here's Brady died. In his delirium, he was howling about how if he could just get his hands on one of those stinking natives, he'd wring the answer out of them. After I buried him, I went back to Benny Faulkner's tent. Faulkner was getting out of bed as I entered.
How's he, Captain?
I just buried him.
Holy Mother in heaven. That means 2 of us. 2 out of 180.
Not 2. Just 1.
Oh, but you're all right.
I have a headache. I'm beginning to sweat a little, too.
Well, can I help you any?
No, I think I'll go back to my shack and finish writing the report.
Well, maybe it isn't the plague.
No, Benny, I've seen it too many times to kid myself about it.
Look, Captain, you don't believe that junk about courtesy, do you? I mean, that stuff you were talking about the other night? That's a lot of nonsense. You must know that. Holy mackerel, Captain. You can't believe it. You can't.
Good night, Benny. I think I'd like to be alone for a while.
Okay. Good night, Captain Warren.
I'm turning it over to Benny Faulkner in the hopes that he will be able to transmit it to any other expedition commander who contemplates exploring the planet of Landrum. The fever is beginning to mount now. My hands tremble as I write. The end should not be far off. You see, I didn't have a chance. I stepped out of no path.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of Dimension X. We are just beginning to discover how boundless our universe really is. And yet, what would it be like to live in a world no larger, say, than a single gigantic rocket ship? You'll find out more about it on Dimension X next week when we present Robert Heinlein's Universe.
Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Courtesy from the current issue of Astounding Science Fiction. It was written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Clifford Simak. Featured in the cast were Lawson Zerbe as Captain Warren, Bill Zuckert as Battiers Brady, and Bill Gray as Benny Faulkner. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Way.
Adventures in Time and Space. Transcribed in future tense.
Dimension X.
In the beginning, there was Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. Out of the loneness came a longing. Out of the longing came a vision. Out of the dream came a planning. And out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born.
You, look out! Are you all right? Yes, it missed me. What was it? A mutant with a slingshot. I think it dashed down that passageway. You want to go after it? We never catch it, Alan. It's probably 12 decks above us by now.
I didn't think they ever came down this far. Patrols usually get them before they reach this level.
They get more daring with each generation. This one looked like a female.
Male or female, it might have killed us. I told you this trip was pure foolishness. Climbing 24 deck levels to hear a crazy old man rave.
We're almost there now. Compartment X15, level 24. This is the place.
This area smells as if it hadn't been visited by a sanitation crew for generations.
Part of the ship is almost deserted.
Yes?
This is the compartment of John the Witness.
Who are you?
My name is Hugh Hoyland. I'm a cadet from the scientist barrack. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What do you want of John the Witness?
Only to talk.
Are you a believer in Jordan?
Naturally.
I have heard that there are those among the younger scientists who doubt the word of Jordan.
To doubt is death. We're not heretics.
Enter.
I have brought a gift of tobacco, grown on the richest level.
It smells good.
I assure you it's the best.
Wait here.
What a rat's nest. What the devil do you think he can tell you?
I don't know. Now, hush.
Well?
You are John the Witness?
I am.
Good eating to you. I am Hugh Hoyland. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What brings a gentleman of the scientist class to my humble apartment?
I have heard that you and your parents before you have long been keepers of the legend of the ship.
Since Jordan gave the word.
I am anxious to hear the word as Jordan spoke it.
Why?
You see, among the young scientists, there have been some who talk against the word.
Regulations against such heresy?
Some of them say the ship has no purpose. They say that we're here accidentally. That we have no more grace in Jordan's eyes than the most deformed mutant who dwells in the highest level of the ship.
What shall I say to you?
I wish to hear the word from the mouth of one who knows, that I may become more convinced.
Sit. You have gift for the witness?
The finest tobacco.
Good. I will dim the light. Now, pay close attention, for these are the words as my father's father's father gave them to his son's son's son. This is how the ship came into being, how our people were created. In the beginning, there was only Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. In the beginning there was darkness, formless and dead. Out of the loneness came a longing. Out of the longing came a vision. Out of the dream came a planning. And out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born. Mile after mile of good compartments, tank after tank for golden corn, ladder and passage, door and locker, fit for the needs of the yet unborn. He looked on his work and found it pleasing, meet for a race that was yet to be. He thought of man, and man came into being. Then Jordan checked his thought and searched for a key. Man untamed would shame his maker. Man unruled would spoil the plan. So Jordan made the regulations, some to speak and some to listen. Order came to the ranks of men. Crew he created to work at their stations. scientists to guide the plan. Over them all he created captain, made him judge of the race of man. Thus it was in the golden
age. These are the true words?
As my father's father taught them.
But what of the strange beast-like people on the upper levels of the ship? Surely Jordan did not create them.
Jordan is perfect. All below him lack perfection. You have heard of the legend of Huff?
I have heard that he mutinied against Jordan.
Darkness swallowed the ways of virtue. Sin prevailed upon the ship. And before wisdom prevailed and the bodies of Huff and his followers were fed into the converter, some of the rebels escaped and lived to father the mutants. They are tainted with the sins of their fathers.
One more question, witness.
Speak.
What is the ship?
The ship is a great sphere, 25 kilometers wide and 100 levels deep.
I know that, but what about the upper levels?
The regulations forbid us to venture into the upper levels, but it is said that beyond the levels of the mutants lies the forbidden place where Jordan's spirit prevails.
So I've heard. But something troubles me. Something which prompted my coming here.
Yes, my son.
What lies beyond the ship?
What?
What lies beyond the ship?
This is heresy.
Answer me.
I will not permit such talk. The ship is complete. The ship is universal. The ship is everywhere. The ship is endless.
Your mutterings are those of a frightened old man. They answer nothing.
You question the word?
I think you lie.
Hear me, Mr. Highland. For what you have already said, I can have your body fed to the converter. Your soul launched on the endless trip.
You threaten me.
You, for Jordan's sake.
You think I fear this dried fig of a man?
You. Sir, my friend is impetuous. He doesn't understand.
I might be persuaded to forget a substantial gift.
You pig. Come on, Alan. The sight of this so-called holy man offends me.
No, you shall not leave.
Don't try to frighten me with a gun, old man.
Remain where you are, heretic.
I warn you, put down the gun.
No. No closer.
Drop it.
Very well, then. Get through the heretic. Alan, get him!
Is he dead? I don't know. Come on, Hugh. We've got to get out of here. Now where? We can't go back. They'd feed us into the converter. What's that?
The old woman must have turned in an alarm. Come on, the patrol will be here in no time.
Where can we go?
The upper levels.
But the mutant.
We'll have to take our chance. Listen, that's the patrol we've got to climb.
There's a hatchway. Down the corridor.
Quickly.
Hold the fire!
The ladder.
Wait. How far are we from the outside wall?
Judging by the slope of the deck, about 2 miles. Mutant territory. Come on, we'll try this passageway.
What? I don't know. I feel as if we're being watched.
It's your imagination.
Perhaps not.
Oh! It's only a ship's rat. Get a grip on yourself.
This is as big as a dog.
Come on.
I can't drag myself much further.
We've got to find a compartment with water.
Oh, if only you hadn't asked him that stupid question.
There's no use going over that.
Why did you do it?
Why? Alan, I've been thinking about it for a long time. And when he began to give me those stupid pat answers, well, I just saw red, I guess.
But who are you to question the ways of Jordan? When you asked me to go with you to visit the witness, I thought you wanted spiritual help. I never dreamed
I'm sorry, Alan. I couldn't foresee this. I didn't know it...
Wait a minute.
Oh, what? Another shipwreck?
No. I thought I saw something move near that bulkhead.
I didn't see anything.
Maybe my eyes are going bad still. Listen. You behind!
Alan, look out!
Where am I? What What are you? Get away from me. Alan! Alan! Look out with that knife. Stay away from me. Alan! Alan!
Don't kill him, Bobo. Not yet.
Who are you?
Forgive my friend Bobo. Like so many of my people, he's rather impetuous where members of the so-called super race are concerned.
Who are you? What place is this?
As you can guess from my leg, I'm a mutant.
Where is Alan?
Your friend is dead. I was not able to restrain my people in time to save him.
Why don't you destroy me and get it over with?
We do not kill for pleasure, Mr. Hoyland, only when necessary.
You know my name?
I read your identification tag.
Who are you? Mutants can't read.
My name is Gregory. I'm a leader of my people. Although we are unfortunate in our heredity, Mr. Hoyland, many of us are quite intelligent.
Why do you live like animals?
We would rather live like free animals than like regimented slaves, as you do.
I've heard that you practice cannibalism.
Undoubtedly, you hear many things about us. We raise our own cattle on the upper levels, and those of our people who choose to farm raise enough crops for our small population. You turn your head. Why?
This one. I've never seen a creature like him.
Bobo is an unfortunate. He was born without the power of speech.
How can you tolerate a monstrosity?
We have learned to live with difference. If we began to destroy our imperfects as you do on the lower levels, there would soon be no one left.
It violates the regulations. The word of Jordan
You know, Mr. Hoyland, your people are really primitive and barbaric.
You dare say that to me?
I dare say a good deal more. Let us go to my compartment and speak further. I'm always interested in information of the lower levels.
I won't give you any information.
Bobo, I want Mr. Hoyland in my cabin, please. I advise you to go quietly, Mr. Hoyland. Bobo has a hatred of superior beings, which is unfortunate, but quite understandable. Proceed. Enter, Mr. Hoyland.
This is where you live?
Yes.
But you have books.
Stolen from your libraries, Mr. Hoyland.
Compton's Astrophysics. The Philosophy of Interstellar Navigation. Celestial Mechanics. You have read these?
Most of them.
Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?
Do you believe in Jordan, Mr. Hoyland?
There is no other belief.
And the trip? I suppose you believe in the trip, too.
Well, what else is there to believe? When you die, your remains are fed to the converter, and your soul makes the trip.
And where does the trip take you?
Why, to Centaurus, of course.
Huh? And what is Centaurus?
Why, Centaurus, mind you, I'm just telling you the orthodox answer. Centaurus is where you arrive when you've made the trip. A place where everything is happy and everybody's happy and there's always good eating. It's mythological, of course.
And you believe this?
The peasants believe it, literally, but many of the younger scientists like myself know that it's figurative, symbolic. Why do you ask?
Didn't it ever occur to you, Mr. Hoyland, that the trip is exactly what your peasants believe it is? That the ship and all the crew were actually going someplace, moving?
The ship can't go anywhere. It already is everywhere.
Imagine a place bigger than the ship, much bigger, with the ship inside it, moving inside.
But there can't be any place bigger than the ship. There wouldn't be any place for it to be.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Listen, you know the lowest level?
Yes.
If you started digging a hole in the lowest level, where would that hole go?
Where would that hole... Oh, no, it's forbidden to think such a thought.
Where would it go?
No, I can't think about it.
Bobo, we're going to take Mr. Hoyland to the place.
Where are we going?
To the top level.
But it's certain death.
Nonsense. I've been there 1,000 times. Come along.
No, I won't. You can't make me.
I think we can. Now, shall we proceed peacefully, or shall I have Bobo persuade you? Open the door, Bobo. Inside.
What place is this?
This, Mr. Hoyland, is the main control room. Why, Mr. Hoyland, you're trembling.
It isn't true. There is no such place except in mythology.
Oh, you younger men are so wise, Mr. Hoyland, except for one thing. This happens to be the main control room of the ship.
But it's nothing but a huge room with an instrument panel.
What did you expect?
How do you know this is the main control room?
See these instruments? Using them, the navigator, many hundreds of years ago, actually steered the ship on its voyage.
I don't understand.
I didn't suppose you would. Your people have been so steeped in superstition and ignorance that the whole concept has lost its meaning. Sit in that chair. Don't be frightened. Sit down.
Very well.
Look up. What do you see?
Nothing but a huge shield.
Watch it for one moment, Mr. Hoyland. You are going to see something that few of us have ever been privileged to witness. Something so dazzling that you may find it hard to accept at first. But it is there. It is a reality. And ultimately you must accept it.
What are you doing?
I'm dimming the lights. Don't be frightened. Keep your eyes focused on the shield above us. Ready? Watch.
The shield! It's sliding back! Ghost of Jordan.
Well?
What am I seeing?
The universe, Mr. Hoyland. The universe in all its beauty. The stars, the planets, the suns, the moons, and the constellations. This is your heritage, Mr. Hoyland. The heritage you've been too stupid to see.
But it can't be. The ship is the universe. There is nothing but the ship.
Ah, but there it is. You see it before your eyes, spread out like a canopy of glory. You still deny it? Answer me, Mr. Hoyland. Do you deny it?
No, I can't. They lied. They lied to us.
Good.
Why did you close the shield?
You will see it again if you're not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Many times. I've shown this to others of your people whom we captured, and though they saw it before their very eyes, they would not believe it.
Tell me about it. Tell me about the ship, about the universe. What are these things? How did this come about?
Many thousands of years ago, on a planet like those you've just seen, a planet called Earth, a scientist named Jordan decided to build a ship that would carry men from one planet to another. For many years, Jordan and thousands of others studied and planned. And when they were finished, they built the ship. A ship so large that it had to be assembled in its own orbit beyond the place called the moon. 60 years it took them to construct. And when it was finished, a whole new science had been conceived. Then the trip was begun. The trip that was to land a colony of Earthmen on a far-off planet called Centaurus, millions of light years beyond the furthest planet ever reached before.
How do you know these things?
Among my books are the log which Jordan himself kept, and the records of the journey for the first 40 years.
What happened?
There was a mutiny. A man named Huth led a rebellion of those who wanted to turn back. In the struggle, the navigators were killed, and the crew fell into a state of anarchy. In the years to follow, small groups of men tried to organize the ship for navigation, and each time they failed. Finally, the whole idea was abandoned. And so for centuries we have swung in space, unmanned, undirected, living in a lost world of our own making, without purpose, without direction.
Why have you told me this? Why have you brought me here? You could have killed me.
Can you guess?
No. No, I can't. Unless... But it would be too fantastic.
Well?
You want to finish the trip. Yes, that's it. What would it take to do it?
A miracle, almost. The crew would have to be trained. Many people, each skilled in a certain duty.
Couldn't you train your own people?
We are too few. Besides, the main drivers in the lower levels where my people are forbidden to go. No. It would mean that both our peoples would have to work together. Our differences encouraged rather than denied.
It can be done. You showed me. You can show others. I can show them.
Can you?
I'll see the captain himself. I have an uncle on the central board. I'll tell him what I've seen here.
And do you think he'll believe you?
Send one of your people with me.
That's asking a good deal.
I'm risking a good deal by going back.
Very well. Bobo will go with you.
He can't talk.
There will be no need for talk. I will write a message guaranteeing safe conduct for a group of unarmed scientists to visit the main control room. Bobo will take you safely through our territory. What happens when you reach your own level is up to you.
One moment. Yes, what you...
Quick, Uncle Edison.
But this mutant...
He's harmless, please.
Now, what is this? You're wanted
I know all about that. Listen, Uncle, I must see the captain.
The captain? Are you mad?
You're a council member. You can get me to see him.
They'll kill you. You're wanted for heresy.
I don't care. I must speak with the captain. You're close to him. You can arrange it.
I don't understand why...
Uncle, listen to me. The ship is moving. I can prove it. Do you understand there is a purpose in the ship?
I don't understand what you're babbling about.
Never mind. Just talk to the captain. Tell him I have information of tremendous importance. Tell him I've arranged a truce with the mutants.
A truce?
Here, show him this paper signed by their leader. Do it, Uncle, for my sake.
I don't know.
Please, Uncle. If I'm to die, let this be my last request to you.
Very well. I'll speak to the captain. I'll try.
And you say, Mr. Harlan, that you saw this with your own eyes?
I swear it, Captain. I swear it on the word of Jordan.
Let me see that paper again. What do you think, Commander Erst?
I don't know, sir. It might be a trick.
I guarantee you safe conduct.
If these things are as Mr. Harlan reports them, it would pay to risk a few lives.
The man is a convicted heretic.
Still, we mustn't discount his word entirely. He has a safe conduct. The mutant risked its life coming with him. I think we might investigate.
You'll do it?
I'll have an expedition outfitted. Dismiss, Mr. Harlan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Captain, do you...
Commander Erst.
Sir.
You'll make the necessary arrangements for an expedition. I trust you understand.
Perfectly, sir. Perfectly.
Lieutenant.
Mr. Harlan.
You better halt your men here. This is the spot.
Patrol, halt. I see no welcoming party of mutants.
There will be none. Their leader will meet you inside the main control room.
You don't say. And just where is this main control room?
Beyond that door.
I see. All right, men. Ready arms.
Why do you ready arms?
In case of ambush.
Ambush? Don't you think they could have ambushed you on the way up here a good deal more easily?
You know, Mr. Harlan, I think you're a muty lover. They have a place in the converter for that kind.
Lieutenant, are you mad?
No, Mr. Harlan. But most certainly you are. To think that we could be lured up here to be slaughtered with a fantastic story about some mythical control room.
Guns ready, sir.
Lieutenant, I warn you, these people have acted in good faith. If you break my
Call
faith
your
now...
mutants to open the control room, Mr. Hoyland.
No, not until those guns are dismounted.
As leader of this expedition, I order you to call them.
I refuse. You cannot do this thing. This is no way to keep a truce.
Very well, if you refuse. Oh, there! Mutant! Come out!
For Jordan's sake, Lieutenant.
Too quiet for comfort. Mutant! Open the door!
Please, Jordan, don't let anything happen. Please don't.
It's opening. Ready, men. Someone's coming out.
Look at his leg.
Horrible. Steady.
He's walking toward us.
I can't stand this.
Look out!
Gregory! No! You fools! You've killed him!
Here come the rest of them. Fire! That should teach them a lesson they won't forget. All right, men. Inside the room. Hoyland, you're under arrest as a conspirator in this ambush.
Ambush, you fool, you blind, stupid fool.
That'll be enough. Have you been inside this place before?
Yes.
What's all this machinery?
These are the controls he would have used to steer the ship.
He's gone out of his mind, Lieutenant.
Steer the ship?
Who? The leader. The one you killed.
This ugly mutant?
This ugly mutant happened to be a man of true greatness.
You're mad.
Am I? This man had a vision which could have saved you, but you chose to kill him because you couldn't stand the sight of his difference from you.
I'll not listen to these ravings.
Close your ears. Shut your minds against the conscience that tells you it's wrong to kill. That tells you that your need to be arrogant only proves your inadequacy to yourself.
Shut him up. Don't listen to him, man.
You can't shut your ears. My words sting you. You cannot shut your mind. And you cannot shut your eyes. Don't do this!
The roof. It's moving back.
Look. Let the vision of this confound your ignorance and blind your eyes. This is the heritage you tried to stifle in your own breasts. This is the heritage of stars and open skies for which men have yearned for centuries. Try to destroy this, and you will only destroy yourselves.
Death to the heretic.
Kill me if you choose. But I say to you that this you cannot keep from our people. That they will seek it out, and the ship will be manned, and the ship will be steered, and there will be freedom and purpose and respect for ourselves. This is your heritage. Look upon the universe. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension
Today, Dimension X is transcribed Universe, written for radio by George Lefferts and based on a story by Robert Heinlein. Featured in the cast were Mason Adams as Hugh and Peter Capell as Gregory. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Burt Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Sound created by Manny Siegel, Max Russell, and Wes Conant. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Ed Archie Gardner tangles with Tallulah Bankhead on The Big Show.
The magic island of Euclidia is no longer visible. At the location of the island, the waters of the South Pacific Ocean are rolling gently. And on the surface floats the rocket plane, which Captain Bradford and Elaine have landed near the upper escape lock of the underwater city of Euclidia.
The time is going to pass very slowly for the captain and the Euclidean girl commander who is now helping him. They will have to wait for days until the Gregory boat arrives and the Euclideans are captured. Back on the Gregory boat, Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan are wondering and worrying about the two who have gone ahead. In the radio cabin of the boat, Jerry and Joan are doing their worrying out loud.
All right, Joan, all right. You're sure, and I'm sure. So let's forget it.
But, Jerry, we are sure of two different things.
Yes, but we don't get any place by arguing. You think you're right, and I know I'm right. So what?
Regardless of who is right, I am very worried about the captain and Elaine.
Oh, so am I. But Tex never got into anything he couldn't get out of.
They must be nearly out of fuel, Jerry. Elaine said when they took off that they had barely enough of the fuel gas to take them to Euclidia.
Well, what of it? They're not trying to go anyplace else. What do they need fuel for?
If the Euclideans are able to escape from the underwater city and attack the captain, he will need fuel badly.
No, I know it. That radio message from Tex sounded like a bluff to me.
A bluff?
Yeah, you know, trying to make somebody believe you can do something you're not very sure of.
I think you are right. The captain was, as you say, bluffing.
Yeah, you bet he was. That gag about capturing G-47 and his men on that raft wasn't very good.
What do you think he was actually trying to do?
Oh, probably scare them back into their hole so they would stay put until we get there.
The captain was very sure that his universal solvent would effectively prevent the escape of the Euclideans.
Well, I guess it would, if he had a chance to get it planted before any of them escaped.
And if he did not?
Well, then we're going to find Tex and Elaine prisoners when we get there. And the rest of us will probably end up the same way.
But that would be terrible, Jerry.
Oh, don't tell me.
We would not be treated so kindly this time. G-47 would have the captain's solvent, and he could easily work out the formula. Then there would be no further need for them to show us any consideration.
Well, all right. Golly, I know all that as well as you do. But when you're sure of bad news, why rub it in?
I am not rubbing anything.
Oh, I didn't say you were.
I see you two are just as friendly as ever.
Mother.
Hello, Mrs. Gregory. Oh, we're not fighting, just arguing.
No more news from Tex?
No, Mother. The radio has been silent.
Well, I hope no news is good news.
Oh, sure it is. The captain and Elaine know how to take care of themselves.
Yes, they would if they had a chance. But what are the odds against them down there?
I think their position is not pleasant.
There you go again. Why don't you try to be cheerful once in a while?
Jerry, you were the one who suggested that the captain's radio message was a bluff.
What? Well, you see, Mrs. Gregory, I've got an idea that Tex sent us that message just to scare the Euclideans, if they were listening in. I don't think he had a chance to really capture them.
I thought that, Jerry. The message didn't ring true.
We can do very little to help them, and this boat is so slow.
Everything seems too slow when you're trying to cope with those Euclideans. But this was the fastest boat I could get, which was large enough to hold the 200 or 300 people we may have to bring back with us.
Yeah, they don't keep us there with them.
Oh, yes, Skipper?
Jerry.
What, me?
Hi.
What for?
Something wrong, Skipper?
No.
Oh, okay, Skipper. I'll be back pretty soon, Mrs. Gregory.
Very well, Jerry.
What's up, Skipper? Okay.
Well, I wonder if anything has happened.
I think not, Mother. Just some little task the skipper has for Jerry.
What were you and Jerry discussing?
We were speaking of the probable conditions at Euclidia.
And neither of you looked very happy when I came in. You think they're in danger?
I did not say that, Mother.
No. None of us dare to say it. But everyone is thinking it.
There is nothing we can do about it.
That's what worries me. If there were only a few moves we could make, anything to occupy our minds, to give us something to do.
No, Mother, you cannot help by worrying.
Oh, I know that. But it doesn't keep me from worrying.
Bradford to Gregory.
But don't you do not see that if...
Wait, Joan, I think I hear the radio.
Can you hear me?
It's Tex. Hello, Tex. Pat calling. Hello, Tex.
Hello, Pat. How's everybody?
Oh, we're all right, just plowing along.
Everything running on schedule?
McLeod says we're doing a little better than schedule.
Fine. Keep it up and don't worry about us.
What have you been able to do?
We're riding easily on the water, just above the airlock.
No trouble?
Not a bit.
How are your provisions and fuel?
More than enough to last until you arrive.
Have you any special instructions for
Not
us?
at the moment. And keep the radio open on this wavelength and have someone with it at all times.
We would have done that. Are you sure that no one escaped before you got there?
No chance. The submarine locks are still magnetized shut, and we're watching the airlock in the surface chamber.
Is Elaine sure that there is no other means of escape from the island?
Positive. Don't worry about anything. Just keep coming our way, and we'll be waiting for you.
Thanks, Tex. You've been so wonderful through all this, and it's my fault we ever started it.
Think nothing of it. Well, I'd better save our batteries. Good luck, all. See you later.
Goodbye, Tex, and good luck to you both.
It would seem they are doing well, Mother.
Yes, and I suppose it's true. But I'm afraid I won't rest much until we reach there.
This is only our first night on the water, You must not worry at this early date.
Mrs. Gregory,
Yes, Mac, what is it?
may I have a word with you?
Why, of course you may. Come in.
Thank you.
Come right over here and sit down. I'd like to stay near the radio as much as possible.
How do you do, Miss Joan?
You are wearing a very sad expression, Mr. McLeod.
Sorry, I am for that. But the truth of the matter is that I have something which is not resting easy on my mind.
Trouble, McLeod?
It may be, and then again, it may not be.
Well, what is it?
How important is it that we keep up this speed we're now making?
Well, it may mean everything, Mac. The captain and Elaine are drifting practically helpless on the water down there, and they'll never be really safe until we arrive.
Then it would seem that we must keep it up.
Yes. But why not?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Gregory, the motors are acting none too good.
The motors?
Aye.
The motors of this boat are defective?
I wouldn't say that they were defective, but they are being badly overworked, and I'm none too sure how much of it they'll stand.
But speed means everything, Mac. We're doing far too slowly as it is.
I won't argue about that, but the boat was designed to make 16 knots, and she's now making 21.
16 knots? 5 knots less?
Aye.
Well, it's out of the question, Mac. Tex and Elaine figured that with good luck they'd be able to hold out for 6 days, possibly a few hours more than that. But to reduce our speed 5 knots would mean adding at least 2 full days to our run.
Aye, it would that.
We haven't any such margin as that. Keep the motors wide open and take a chance.
We'll be no good to the captain if we break down short of our goal.
We'll be no more good to him if we're too late getting there.
All right, you are, and I'm glad to hear you want it that way. I would have said as much myself had I been in charge.
You are in charge of those engines, Mac. And your job is to get us just as far as you can, as fast as you can. I'll be responsible beyond that.
Good for you. Well, I'll get on back to the engine room and keep me eye on those motors.
Is Jerry in the engine room?
Aye. We sent for the lad to tell him what was happening, so he would help you make up your mind.
Well, I don't need any help. But I would like to know what Jerry's opinion was.
Well, he said to run this thing until the motors fell out of it, and then we'd row it the rest of the way.
Oh, good for Jerry. Oh, Mac.
Aye.
We just talked to the captain on the radio.
And what's the news?
None. They arrived safely, and now all they can do is just lie there and wait for us.
But they did arrive there. I'll get on back, and I'll send Jerry in here if you want him.
I wish you would.
Then I will. And then I'll get all the time to keeping this hoofy grinder turning over.
Well, Joan, that isn't so good, is it?
I would not think too much of that, Mother. Mr. McLeod is an engineer. He is a lover of fine machinery, and he would be inclined to exaggerate the condition of the motors.
I hope so. But whether that's the case or not, we'll keep up every bit of speed we can make from now on.
And now I think you should have some rest.
I know I should. And I'm going to be sensible and try to get some, as soon as Jerry comes back.
And Jerry and I will remain with the radio.
No, dear. You'll come and rest with me. Jerry won't mind standing by the radio alone.
But, Mother, I do like to be near Jerry. He talks so much and says so little that it is very restful.
Possibly. But even so, I want you to come into our cabin and lie down.
Hey, was McLeod just in here?
Yes, Jerry. He came to see Mother about the engines.
What did he tell you, Mrs. Gregory?
He seemed to be worried as to how well the motors would stand our present speed.
Yeah, well, that's what he told me, too. But he's worrying too much about nothing.
Are you sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. The old skipper was an engineer for a long time, and he said those motors would stand running at full speed as long as we wanted to run them.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Now, Jerry, if you'll take over the radio, Joan and I'll try to get a little sleep.
Oh, sure, Mrs. Gregory. I'll take over.
Joan and I'll relieve you on the morning watch.
But, gee, you don't need to get up then. Well, I can put one of the crew in here when I get sleepy.
No, Jerry. I prefer that we three handle all messages from Tex. Johnson would do, of course, but I've asked him to spend all his time in the pilot house.
That is advisable. When we are trying to maintain top speed through all conditions, a great deal depends on our navigator.
Johnson's plenty good.
He certainly is. Now, Jerry, if you'll
Mrs. Gregory, can I have Joan stay here with me for just a few minutes?
I don't see why not, but I don't see why either.
Oh, I just wanted to talk to her about it.
Oh, please, Mother.
Well, very well. Don't stay more than a few minutes, though, Joan. I want you to get as much rest as possible.
I will not be long, Mother.
Good night, Jerry, and call me if you hear from Tex.
I bet I will, Mrs. Gregory. Good night.
What did you want, Jerry?
I want to talk to you.
So you said.
Yeah, I think it's important.
What is it?
Well, McLeod is really worried about those engines, and he's right.
But, Jerry,
I know. I said everything was going to be all right just to make your mother feel good. Those engines are liable to quit any time at this speed.
Then we could not help the captain, and our position would be hopeless.
Well, that's the idea, and there's only one thing we can do if we get close enough to do it. Radio the captain to get away from that place and fly back to the boat. It'd be safer if we were all together.
But the Euclideans would escape.
Sure, and when they escape, they'll come after us.
Oh, but Jerry, we must not allow that to happen.
I know that as well as you do. And I took a chance and told McLeod about my plan. He's going to do it, and your mother will never know the difference.
Jerry, you are going to trick Mother?
Oh, we've got to, Joan. But we haven't got a chance to save the captain or do anything else. McLeod is going to cut the engines to 18 knots an hour, and we mustn't let your mother find it out.
"4,000 miles from Los Angeles, a small rocket plane drifts on the surface of the water. 400 miles from Los Angeles, a small passenger vessel races southward at its none-too-good full speed. On the boat, Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan are waiting patiently in the radio room for news of Captain Bradford. But the captain and his companion are a little too busy to be sending any radio messages right now. When the girl submarine commander, who has joined the Gregory party, and Tex Bradford landed their stolen rocket plane on the position directly above Euclidia, they found that the Euclideans had made one unsuccessful attempt to escape and were planning another. In the rocket plane, the girl sits alone, looking anxiously into the water, down into the mysterious depths which conceal the underwater city of Euclidia.
Give me your hand here, Captain Bradford. No, do not attempt to remove your helmet in the water. Come aboard.
Well, that was quite a dive with only a helmet.
It was remarkable. Did you descend deeply enough for your purpose?
I sure did. Planted 2 bottles of that solvent of mine where they won't even dare to touch one of the submarine locks, much less open one.
That is splendid, Captain. Now I will not need to use more of my limited supply of magnetic bombs.
Good thing. We may have other uses for those little gadgets.
Do you wish to suspend your solvent over the surface lock at this time?
That's not what I'm sure. Finding these glass globes full of the solvent is a good deal like laying a mine. It's no fun to have to go down there and pick them up ourselves.
They are set to break very easily, are they not?
Yes, if they contact anything metallic. Naturally, I couldn't have them going off every time a fish swam into them, but I hung them where they would be touched by the leading edge of the lock gate the moment it started to move.
And at the surface lock, the procedure would be the same?
Yeah, just about. Though I think I put the bottles where they'd have to strike them to turn the valve. Without the valve to flood the lock, they can't use it.
Very good. Except, as you have noted, in an emergency, we might have to use that lock to enter Euclidia.
That's the trouble. We couldn't get any more than he could get out. Of course, I could try getting the solvent loose without breaking both bottles, but it wouldn't be any too easy.
I will do as you say.
Have to risk it, I guess. If we don't bottle them up while we have a chance, they'll finally get desperate enough to come out in spite of the flood that will pour in there. And some of them will make it.
Surely enough of them to cause trouble for us.
More important than that, enough water would get in there to drown everyone else in the colony. We want to do this without hurting anyone if we can.
Then I suggest we place your solvent to guard that airlock immediately.
Will it use all our gas to taxi over there?
Almost, but we have little choice.
Okay, let's go.
Very well. In a few seconds, we will drift over the location.
Well, don't worry about using the gas to hold us there. I'll take this line down with me. If you drift a little, I can get back easy enough.
I will hand the solvent to you after you are in the water, as I did before.
That's safest. Those 2 bottles ever banged together and broke, that stuff would eat a hole through this boat before we could move.
We are practically over the lock now.
Okay, I'll get out. Then you hand me the bottles.
Will you secure this line about your waist?
Maybe I'd better at that. I might run into a little surprise of some kind down there. They could be watching us, you know.
I presume they are, but I think you are in no danger from that. Everyone on Euclidia knows of your solvent, and they realize that any accident to you would flood the colony.
I hope they do realize it. Well, here I go. Wait a second until I get this line trailing freely in the water now. Okay. Pass out the bottles one at a time.
Here is the smaller one.
Got it?
And here is the larger.
Fine. Now keep this door open. Once I'm down, feel this line and keep it fairly tight. If I give you 2 quick ones, use some gas dragging me away from there. Don't wait to try and pull me in.
I understand perfectly, Captain. Here is your helmet.
These little helmets are pretty good at that. I'll make it as quick as I can.
Patricia Gregory to Captain Bradford. Hello, Tex. Waiting for your report. Patricia Gregory to Captain Bradford. Hello, Tex. Patricia Gregory to Tex Bradford. Hello, Tex. Waiting for your report. Can you hear me? Hello, Tex. Calling as you requested. Can you hear me?
Elaine Raleigh to Gregory Boat. Call you later. Working now. Call you later. That is all.
I will wait for your call.
The captain should now be coming up. All is not well with him. There. 2 sharp jerks on the line. I will pull him to safety.
I'm all right, Elaine. Be with you in a minute.
I will help you with the line, Captain. Did you lose your helmet?
No. I took it off. Be all right in a minute.
Let me have your hand.
Okay, here I come. Oh, boy. Thanks.
Were you underwater long without your helmet?
Just about as long as I could hold my breath. Seemed like half a day, but I suppose it was about a minute.
You are very cold, Captain. This night air with that slight breeze and your wet clothes.
No, I'm all right.
You will go into the rear compartment and dress yourself in dry clothes immediately.
But we've got work to do. I heard those Euclideans say
What
that...
you heard them say can wait. I will be in a most unpleasant position if you become ill.
I guess you're right. No time. Look over there.
Captain, the surface of the water is disturbed over a large area.
Right, and that's what I heard them talking about when I took off my helmet to put my ear against the wall of that lock.
What is happening?
They're raising the island again.
Raising the island?
That's what they're doing.
If that happens, we are powerless.
Just about, as far as I can see. How long will it take them to get that thing above water?
The island was accidentally disabled and partially flooded during that artificial volcanic eruption. They will have to raise it very slowly. I would say 300 seconds before the ceiling of the island could possibly reach the surface.
That water's moving around a lot over there now.
Maybe nearer the surface than I calculated. I am sure, however, that it will take 300 seconds to bring the floor of the island above the surface, after we see the tops of the surface chambers.
And in 5 minutes, we've got to figure how to capture 300 people with a dozen exits to safety and all the arms and ammunition on Euclidia. And we've got just 2 little bottles of solvent.
I have a desperate plan, Captain. Will you risk it with me?
I'll try anything.
Then call your boat, quickly. Tell them what's happening.
What good will that do?
Our plan will probably fail. It is only fair to warn them what to expect.
Right. Bradford to Gregory Boat. Bradford calling Gregory Boat. Hello? Hello? I don't get them.
Try it again, and hurry. The island is rising.
Bradford calling the Gregory Boat. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Bradford calling Gregory Boat. Hello? Hello? Bradford calling Gregory Boat. Hello? Can you hear me?
It's Tex.
Yes, Jerry. Answer him at once.
Bradford to Gregory Boat. This is a hurry-up. Answer at once.
Hello, Tex. Jerry Hall on Gregory Boat to Captain Bradford. Go ahead, Tex. Go ahead.
Get all of this and get it quick, kid. We're going to have trouble. The island is being raised again.
Jerry, the island.
Yeah, they're raising it.
Did you get that?
Oh, Jerry, what is it?
Wait, Mother.
Yes, Tex. I got it. Raising the island.
Right. Elaine says we've got about 5 minutes to plan some way to stop them. If we don't, well, you're going to be running into trouble when you get here.
What are you going to do?
Let me take it, Jerry. Hello, Tex. Can we do anything?
Don't know what it would be. They're raising the island, and it looks hopeless.
We'll keep coming, Tex. Full speed ahead. Oh, Tex, we'll help if we get there in time.
Afraid you won't make it, Pat, but hold it. Hold it a minute.
Tex, what happened? Tex!
No use, Mrs. Gregory. I heard his set cut out.
There was water. I know I heard rushing water.
Yes, Mother, but we can do nothing.
We'll see if you can find anything wrong with this radio set, Jerry.
Well, I'll try, Mrs. Gregory, but the trouble's on the other end.
And we can't do a thing to help them.
Guess not. And they're raising that magic island again.
I thought the island was destroyed accidentally in that eruption.
Perhaps they had a reason for allowing us to believe that.
Jerry, is the set all right?
It's perfect, Mrs. Gregory. Tex just quit sending, that's all.
John, run and get Mr. Johnson. Have him turn the wheel over to the quartermaster. Get him in here at once.
Yes, Mother. I will go at once.
And Jerry.
Yes, Mrs. Gregory?
Get the engineer and the skipper. Send them to me as fast as you can.
But what will you do?
Oh, I'll stay with this radio. Get those men in here.
But I will, as quickly as I can, Mrs. Gregory. Hey, Joan, wait a minute.
I am in a hurry, Jerry.
I know it, but wait a minute.
But, Jerry, Mother told me to hurry and send Mr. Johnson to her.
Yeah, and I'm after the skipper and McLeod the engineer, but a couple of seconds won't hurt anything.
What is it?
Well, I didn't want to say anything in front of your mother, but this looks mighty bad. Well, we'll never get there in time to rescue Tex and Elaine.
I feel that too, Jerry. Is there nothing we can do?
Not a blamed thing from here.
If we were in 500 miles of that blame Magic Island, we could try for it with this little plane lashed to the deck. But 4,000 miles, no chance.
Then if you are so helpless, why did you stop me? I should be completing my mother's orders.
Well, I've got a crazy plan, if you'll help me with it.
I will do anything.
Well, this won't help the captain a bit.
Oh, but Jerry...
Wait till I finish. It won't help the captain, but it will help your mother a little. Keep her from worrying for a while, and that'll be something.
Oh, yes, Jerry. If we can help Mother maintain her peace of mind, we will be accomplishing something.
Right, and here it is. Now, there's a little portable transmitter, a pack outfit in Texas cabin on this boat.
But what good will a radio do?
Will you wait till I finish this?
Yes, Jerry.
Well, as soon as I send Mac and the skipper to your mother. Hey, wait a minute. Here's the skipper now. Hey, skipper.
Aye.
Mrs. Gregory wants you and McLeod in the radio shack right away. Will you please tell Mac?
Aye.
And hurry it up?
Aye.
Now, your message to Johnson can wait a minute. Here's what I'll do. The minute those men are out of sight, and you get Johnson in the radio shack, come right into Texas cabin. I'm going in there right now and set up the pack transmitter.
What will you do with it?
Well, you can sound like Elaine, can't you?
Not very well, I am afraid, Jerry. I have never learned to speak easily, as you do.
All right, I'll fix that, too. I'll fix the microphone so your voice will sound pretty bad. Mrs. Gregory won't be able to tell who it is. Now, I want you to pretend to be Elaine. You're sending your mother a message as if Elaine was the
But
sender.
what can I say?
Oh, anything. It doesn't matter. Just so your mother thinks Tex and Elaine are still afloat and doing all right. You can say that everything is all right, only that you'll be too busy to talk for a few hours.
Excellent, Jerry. I will say that the captain and I are too busy for radio communication, but all is well, and we will send further information when possible.
Ah, now you've got it. Hurry and send Johnson to your mother. Then run for Texas cabin, and the minute you get there, we'll call this boat, and you can cheer up your mother.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, with Superman unaware of what has happened at the Daily Planet, Jimmy Olsen is rushing headlong into the arms of danger.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, you can't measure good eating with a yardstick. But for extra good eating at breakfast, Kellogg's Pep certainly measures up. Yes, sir. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, sure is on the sunbeam when it comes to making breakfast a mighty slick treat. Has loads of keen, sparkling sunshine flavor, for one thing. A rare flavor that signals go-ahead to your appetite every time. Believe me, gang, the spoon that comes up filled with sunny, golden-toasted Kellogg's Pep goes right back for more. And in crispness and delicate tenderness, Pep is terrific. Every tender, crisp flake practically melts in your mouth. Why, if you're hep to Kellogg's Pep, you're hep to a smooth dish that keeps you busy until you've eaten up every last bit in your bowl, which is always a good idea because Pep is good for you. But it's especially important nowadays when we're sending cereal grains to fellows and girls overseas. So, gang, when Mom brings Kellogg's Pep home from the grocer's, make sure it's not wasted. If you pour your own Pep, pour it carefully and polish off every bit you pour out. Pass the word along to the rest of your family, too. Make it your habit to eat all your Pep. Don't waste it.
Now, the adventures of Superman. When, on the strength of certain letters, the Daily Planet accused Martin Higgins, a candidate for mayor of Metropolis, of being in league with criminals who encourage juvenile delinquency, Higgins countered with a charge of slander and sued the paper for $1 million. Then, when they learned that their evidence against Higgins had disappeared, stolen, as we know, by a juvenile delinquent named Mary Hennig, also known as Chickie, our friends felt their cause was lost. Suspicious of Mary, Clark Kent went in search of her that evening. But meanwhile, Lois Lane had caught the thieving girl red-handed in the darkened newspaper office. And in the ensuing struggle, Mary struck Lois on the head with a heavy paperweight. Then, terrified at the thought of having committed murder, she phoned Al Vincent, a henchman of Higgins who had forced her to steal the letters. Vincent sent two of his thugs to the Planet, and they were about to carry the unconscious Lois away when Jimmy Olsen arrived to call for her. Mary and the two men hid behind the door. And as we continue now, Jimmy, seeing Lois lying motionless on the floor of her office, rushes to her aid. As he enters the office, the two men spring out from behind the door. Listen.
Okay, Louie. Let him have it.
Yeah.
That takes care of him.
Yeah, he went out like a light.
What did you do to Jimmy?
Fixed him so he can't bother us, that's what. But we better take him along. He's seen too much. There, I got him. Now, you carry the dame, Louis.
Yeah. What's that? Let's go.
Lead the way, Chickie.
Where to?
The storeroom where the fire escape is. Go on, move.
Wait. Where are you going to take him?
Where do you suppose? Down Vincent.
Oh.
Well, come on.
What do you think he'll do to him?
How do we know?
What do you care what he does to him?
Nothing, only... Well, I don't want to get mixed up in no...
Shut up and get moving. We got to get out of here fast.
Meanwhile, unaware of what has happened to Lois and Jimmy, Editor Perry White is in the office of Police Inspector Henderson.
Tell you, Inspector, you've got to find those letters. You've got to. Or Martin Higgins will win this $1 million damage suit against us. The Daily Planet will be ruined.
I realize it, but you can't expect the police to protect you from that.
All right, then. Oh, I'm hoarse now from trying to sell you from that angle. And I'll look at it this way. If those letters aren't recovered, Higgins will very likely be elected mayor. Now, you don't want to see that happen, do you?
Personally, no. But my job has nothing to do with politics, Mr. White.
Who's talking about politics? This thing goes beyond politics. I told you those letters prove that Higgins does business with criminals. That he's pledged to kill the slum clearance bill.
I know.
Do I have to remind you that those rat-trap tenements in the slums are the breeding place of juvenile delinquency?
If you'll listen a moment.
Do I have to remind you, the police inspector, that juvenile delinquency is the #1 problem in this country? Do you want a mayor who takes bribes from the rats who promote it?
Now, look, Mr. White, I know my duty. You can skip the soapbox orations.
Soapbox orations? What were you...
Now, look, you've already lost your voice, and losing your temper won't help either. I told you we're doing everything possible to recover the letters. My men are investigating the members of your staff right now.
My staff? Well, what's the idea?
Because the thief must be a member of your staff.
Oh, nonsense. My people have been with me for years. I know all of them. They're not thieves.
Well, one of them must be. By your own admission, you were in the city room when you told Jim Olson to put the letters in a certain file in the clipping morgue and put the key in your desk. There are thousands of files there. No outsider could have known where to look.
Oh.
One of your employees overheard you.
Oh, nonsense, I say.
No, it isn't nonsense.
What? Who said that?
I did, Chief. Hello, Inspector.
Hi, Kent. Oh, it's you, Kent. Now, where have you been?
Hi. Hey, what's the matter with your voice? A cold?
Oh, never mind. Now, look. You've got to help me knock some sense into Henderson's head. He's wasting time investigating the Planet staff while whoever stole the letters gets away.
Well, a member of the staff must have stolen them, Chief.
What? You two?
No one else could have known where they were. That's what I've been trying to tell him.
Oh, baloney. One of Higgins's spies might have been in the city room and overheard me. It's a big place and lots of people were around.
A stranger wouldn't have been permitted into the clipping morgue, nor into your office to get the key to the file out of your desk.
But...
No, Chief. No, the thief was known to be a member of the staff, so her movements weren't questioned or even noticed.
Her? You know it was a woman, Kent?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know who did it, Inspector.
Well, who?
I want Lois to hear this. We need her help. Where is she, Chief?
How do I know? And what do you need her for?
Well, we do need her. Where'd she go from here?
She wasn't here.
She wasn't? Why, I spoke to Jim some time ago. He was going to pick up Lois at the Planet and come right over.
Neither Miss Lane or Jim were here tonight, Kent.
But listen, strange. Did they phone?
No, they didn't. And never mind them right now. You say you know who stole the letters?
Oh, that can wait. Right now I'm worried about Lois and Jim. They should have been here to keep an appointment with me. Besides, I told Jim I might bring the guilty person with me. They wouldn't have missed that.
Oh, stop worrying. Something else must have come up. Now, look.
Just a moment, Chief. Wait a minute. May I use your phone, Inspector?
Go right ahead.
Thanks.
Blast it, Kent. Will you stop stalling and tell us what you know?
Huh? Oh, you want the name of the thief?
No. I want the name of your barber.
Barber?
Confound it. If you don't start talking,
Here it is. I'm pretty sure the thief is Mary Hennig.
What?
Mary who?
Mary Hennig.
Well, who's she?
The youngster we just hired. 15-year-old girl.
Kent, are you out of your mind?
Well, not at all.
Just who is this girl, Kent?
Well, she's a nice youngster. Friend of Lois's. She had no more stolen letters than I did.
Nobody answers at the Planet.
No, of course not. Everyone went home hours ago. Who are you calling now?
Lois's apartment.
Why do you suspect this Hennig girl, Kent?
Well, I became suspicious of her last night, Inspector, after the raid on Al Vincent's pawn shop had been tipped off. See, she was in the office with Mr. White, Lois, Jim, and me when we were discussing it. And nobody else knew about it. Now,
the police knew about it. The leak might have come from there.
Now, look, Mr. White, I don't like that.
Skip it, Inspector, skip it. I was about to say we knew that Vincent's pawn shop is a hangout for juvenile delinquents where he teaches them to steal and then buys the stolen stuff from them. Now, my hunch is that
this Hennig girl is a juvenile delinquent working for Vincent and Higgins, eh?
Exactly.
Nonsense. Lois doesn't take juvenile delinquents for friends.
Well, Lois was fooled just the way the rest of us were.
I just want to ask her one question. That'll prove whether I'm right or wrong.
Well, where are you going to find her?
I don't know. She's apparently not at her apartment either. I don't like this. Where is she and where's Jim?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're not babies.
Well, I am worried. I'm going to look for them. I'll see you later. We'll be back in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode. So stand by.
Say, clear the decks for action, gang. Here comes this week's Pep Dish of the Week. And it's a surefire way to make your appetite wake up and take action come breakfast time. You ready? Here's the new Pep Dish of the Week. Black Raspberry Ringer. And here's how you make it. You start off with your regular serving of Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal. Then take plump, juicy black raspberries and make a ring of them on top, right around the edge of your bowl. Add milk and sugar and pitch into your black raspberry ringer. Sure does ring the bell with your morning appetite. Pep does the trick, Kellogg's Pep tastes so sunny and golden and terrific, it's a natural for a breakfast treat any day in the week. Pep's tender crispness teams up swell with those juicy berries, too. Makes a dish that you'll want to concentrate on until you've polished off every last spoonful. And that's one way to keep from wasting Pep. And another way is to pour it out carefully. You see, nowadays, the cereal grains are being sent to fellows and girls all over the world. Keep that in mind when Mom brings Kellogg's Pep home from the grocer's. Don't waste it. And say, kind of keep an eye on your younger brothers and sisters, too. Tell everybody in your family, eat all your Pep. Don't waste it.
Worried when Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen failed to appear at police headquarters, Clark Kent, who, as we know, is Superman, went to the Daily Planet to search for them. But Lois and Jimmy are now in a basement room of a shabby tenement building guarded by Al Vincent's henchmen, Steve and Louie. In a room of the apartment above, Al Vincent is questioning Mary Hennig.
You sure nobody seen you when you came down the fire escape at the Planet, Chickie?
No, it was dark and the fire escape's in the alley. But listen, Al,
Well, you done a good job getting all the letters, kid. You almost balled it up sucking that dame. But you see, I took care of you. It's like I told you, kid. While you're working with me, you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, but
Well, we sitting pretty. Marty Higgins will collect a lot of dough from the Daily Planet, put them out of business so they can't bother him no more, and be elected mayor, too. Oh, then we'll be sitting on top of the world, Chickie.
Sure, but how about Lois Lane and Jim Olsen? What are you going to do to them?
I'll take care of them. Don't worry.
What do you mean you'll take care of them?
Don't worry, I tell you. I got a little scheme dreamed up to get rid of them and make it look like they had a little accident.
You mean you're going to kill them?
Who, me? No. I said they were going to have an accident.
Oh, you can't. That'll be murder.
So what? Marty Higgins and I don't play for peanuts. There's big dough on the line here. Big dough. Those two just happened to be in our way. So we put them out of the way, that's all.
But I told you I don't want to get mixed up in no murders.
You told me.
Yeah. Besides, I like Miss Lane. She was good to me. She
was good to you. Why, you dopey kid. Don't you know that if you hadn't slugged her tonight, she'd have had you in the clink by now?
I don't care. You can't kill her, Al.
Be smart, you little sap. Don't you realize if we don't get rid of her, you'll do a long stretch? Or maybe even go to the chair.
The chair? Me?
Yeah, you. You helped kidnap her tonight. And the Olsen kid, too. Kidnappers get the chair in this state, baby, see?
But I didn't mean to do nothing except steal the letters. I didn't want to get mixed up in...
Try telling that to the judge and see how far you get. You're in this up to your neck, Chickie. And the only way you can save your neck is by playing ball with me. If you do that, you got nothing to worry about. But the minute you get any other ideas, remember, there's a hot seat waiting for you.
Terrified, Mary Hennig stares at the ruthless pawnbroker, and then looks wildly around the room like an animal seeking a way out of a steel trap. Too late, she has learned what lies at the end of the juvenile delinquency trail. And what chance is there for Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen, as even now Superman stands puzzled in the darkened Daily Planet city room, wondering what has happened to his friends. Tomorrow's episode is fast and exciting, gang, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, as the Man of Steel tries to close in on the dangerous criminals who seek to control Metropolis and defile its youth.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, if you want your dog to tag right along with the gang, if you want him to be strong and husky, don't let him eat just to fill up. Mix his scraps of meat and fat in with Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food. Then just see if you don't get congratulations on what a fine dog you have. Grow Pup has what it takes to help keep a dog hitting on all fours. And it's full of swell, meaty flavor dogs like. Besides, there are 3 different kinds of Grow Pup. Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Ask Mother to start feeding your dog Kellogg's Grow Pup today. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, the easy money that lured Mary Hennig into petty crime has become a dangerous liability, not only to herself, but to Lois Lane, who befriended her, and to Jimmy Olsen as well.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. Say, isn't eating a barrel of fun now that fresh fruits are coming into season? Why, you can dress up your breakfast dish of Kellogg's Pep into a hubba-hubba affair, like this week's Pep Dish of the Week, for example. There's a treat that's really in the groove. It's called a Black Raspberry Ringer, and here's how it goes. You pour out your regular serving of Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. On top, around the edge of your bowl, make a wide ring of plump, juicy black raspberries. Add milk and sugar, and that's a Black Raspberry Ringer. Why, it runs rings around anything you ever tasted. Of course, no matter how you dish it up, Kellogg's Pep is an appetite tickler from way back. It's golden toasted and crisp and loaded with sparkling sunshine flavor. You see, Pep is called the Sunshine Cereal, and it tastes so sunny and good that, well, you'll want to polish your bowl clean as a whistle. And a mighty smart idea that is, especially nowadays when the cereal grains are being sent to fellows and girls overseas. So, gang, when Mom brings Kellogg's Pep home from the grocer's, make sure it's not wasted. If you pour your own Pep, pour it carefully and eat up every bit you pour out. That's all, gang, but it's important. Eat all your Pep. Don't waste it.
Now, the Adventures of Superman. When the Daily Planet accused Martin Higgins, a candidate for mayor of Metropolis, of being in league with criminals who encourage juvenile delinquency, Higgins sued the paper for $1 million. Now the Planet faces ruin because their evidence against the corrupt politician has been stolen. Clark Kent rightly suspected 15-year-old Mary Hennig, a new employee, as the thief. But while he searched for her, Lois Lane caught the young girl tough red-handed in the Planet office after hours, and in an ensuing fight was knocked out by her. When Jimmy Olsen arrived a short time later to call for Lois, he was attacked by 2 thugs who had been sent to help Mary and taken with Lois to a shabby tenement building. As we continue, it is the same night, and Kent, worried by Lois's and Jimmy's failure to keep an appointment and unable to locate them, is at the Planet offices with editor Perry White. In the deserted city room, Kent is questioning the night elevator operator. Listen.
Say you brought Miss Lane up here about 8 o'clock, Mike?
That's right, Mr. Kent. And I brought young Jim Olsen up maybe half or 3/4 of an hour later.
You're sure you didn't take them down again?
I'm positive. I didn't take anybody down tonight.
But you must have. Miss Lane and Jim aren't here. Just a moment, Chief. Was any other elevator in the building running after 8 o'clock, Mike?
No, sir, just mine. I'm on duty from 7:30 to midnight. Then I go home, and the watchman takes over my car.
Something's crazy, Kent. If Mike's was the only elevator running and Lois and Jim didn't go down in it, how did they leave here? I suppose they could have used the stairs.
No, they couldn't have used the stairs. The stair hall doors are locked at night.
Then how did they get out? You forget that for a minute, Chief. Take a look over here in Lois's office. Oh, what do you expect to find in Lois's office? See for yourself. Yeah, wait till I put the light on. There. Notice anything, Chief?
No. What's there to notice?
The furniture is placed differently.
It is?
Sure. This small chair always stands by the window, and this armchair next to the desk.
So what? Maybe the porter moved the stuff when he was cleaning.
The porter doesn't get to this floor yet.
So what?
Then Lois moved the stuff herself. You know how women are. They're always changing things around.
Look, the furniture was in its usual position at 6 o'clock this evening. And Lois came back after dinner to write a story, not to move furniture. She was in a hurry, too. She was to meet us in Inspector Henderson's office at 9.
What are you driving at, Kent?
Just this, Chief. I think something happened in this office tonight, and someone moved the furniture back afterwards to make it look as if nothing had happened. Only whoever it was didn't move it back to its right place.
Huh? No, wait a minute, Kent.
Hold it, Chief. I just noticed something else.
Yeah? What?
On the floor here behind the window drape. Look. This is interesting.
What is it?
Looks like a metal paperweight. And heavy, too.
I never saw that on Lois's desk before.
Neither did I. And it would make a pretty weapon, don't you think so?
It sure would. I'd hate to get hit with it.
I think someone did get hit with it tonight.
Now, who would get beamed with a paperweight here?
Lois, maybe? Or Jim?
What? Are you out of your mind?
No, now wait, Chief. Look, Mike. Did you take anyone other than Miss Lane or Jim Olsen up here tonight?
Let me see now. No.
You see, Kent?
Wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did bring up somebody else.
You did?
It was when I first come on duty.
Who was it, Mike?
A young kid, a girl.
A girl? Oh, you know who she was?
Her name was on her employee's pass, but I just remember what it was.
Could it be Mary Hennig?
Yeah, that's it. And I didn't take her down, either.
What's she doing up here after hours?
What I think is that Lois came up here and found Mary snooping around. Maybe Mary had somebody else with her.
Oh, forget it. Mike just told us he brought up no one else.
Well, that's nothing. Someone may have come up the fire escape. Someone who works with Mary.
Well, what are you talking about? Works with Mary on what?
Look, Chief, whether you believe it or not, I still think Mary stole those Higgins letters.
Well, if that's true, it would be pretty stupid for her to come back here to the scene of her crime.
Not if she hid them here someplace because she was afraid to try to get out with them earlier today, during all the excitement that followed their disappearance. Well, with no one here to watch her, it would be a cinch to pick them up and take them away.
That much makes sense, I suppose. But why are you so dead certain Mary's the thief?
For a number of reasons, all bound up by circumstantial evidence, which I pointed out to you before.
Well, you don't want to hang a person on circumstantial evidence, do you? Particularly when all the things you mentioned may have been nothing more than coincidence.
Coincidence? Oh, now look, it's no coincidence that Al Vincent, a man known to make thieves of kids for his own profit, was tipped off when his place was to be raided. And it's no coincidence that Vincent is Martin Higgins' partner. And that Mary Hennig, who was present when we planned the raid, was also present when you told Jim where to hide the Higgins letters.
Well, I don't know.
And when those letters disappeared a short while later, you could hardly call that a coincidence, could you?
Does seem peculiar, but just the same, confounded, I find it hard to believe that a nice kid like Mary Hennig could be hired to steal from us.
Well, I'll prove it to you before long, Chief.
We'll see. Now, what do you suppose happened to Lois and Jim? I hope you don't think that kid dragged them off someplace.
That's exactly what I do think.
What?
Oh, she didn't do it alone. I'm sure she had help.
But who? Why?
Well, I don't know who exactly. Though I'm sure Higgins and Vincent are behind it. But the reason's fairly obvious. Lois and Jim must have been here when Mary arrived and caught her red-handed. Then, because they knew too much, they were taken away.
Great Scott, if that's true...
Then this is a job for Superman.
No, we can't wait to contact Superman, Kent. We've got to get the police on this immediately. I'll get Henderson on the phone right away.
Okay, Chief. Meanwhile, I'll do some snooping on my own.
No, Kent, wait. You'll get into trouble.
Don't you worry about me. Just hope I'm not too late to keep Lois and Jim out of trouble. This is a good spot to change to Superman. Out of these clothes. And fast. Because something tells me that this is the time for speed. There we are. Now, if only I can find Al Vincent, I'm sure I can find Lois and Jim. Up, and away!
Oh, my head. How do you feel, Miss Lane?
Oh, as though a house had fallen on me, Jim. Where are we?
It's too dark to see. It feels and smells like a damp cellar.
In the slums somewhere, probably.
Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't matter much, though. We're in a pretty bad spot any way you look at it.
We certainly are. Thanks to that awful Mary Hennig. Oh, when I think of how she fooled me by acting like such a nice, unfortunate kid, I could kick myself.
Oh, you couldn't help it, Miss Lane. She did put on a swell act.
Perfect. Two-timing little brat.
Take it easy, Miss Lane. Being mad at Mary isn't going to get us out of this.
Oh, I know. I'm afraid anything may happen now that we're in Al Vincent's hands. But that man's poison, Jim. I don't think he'd stop at anything.
Oh, gee whiz, you don't think he'd really do anything? Well, anything really serious to us, do you?
Well, he didn't hesitate to have Tony Sloan thrown in the river, did he?
Yeah, I know, but...
Now that we know that Mary Hennig stole the Higgins letters for him, it hardly seems logical to expect that he'll just let us walk away from here, does it?
No. No, I guess not.
Oh, if I could just get my hands on Mary Hennig. When I think of how that little seat full of bullets
forget
in my
that,
eyes,
Miss Lane. Look, right now we got to concentrate on how to get out of here.
Seems impossible, Jim. There's only one door, and that's plenty secure.
That's right, but just the same, Quiet,
Jim.
What's the matter? Listen. Sounds like somebody unlocking the door.
Right. But what puzzles me is why whoever it is seems so quiet and cautious about it.
It does seem funny, doesn't it?
Stand that, Jim. It's opening.
Jeepers. Look who it is.
Their eyes wide with surprise, Lois Lane and Jim Olsen stare at a figure which, dimly illuminated by the light of a lantern, stands framed in the open doorway. Who is it? We'll know in a moment, so stand by for the exciting climax of today's episode.
Say, gang, when I say that Kellogg's Pep is as terrific a breakfast dish as you'd ever want to taste, I mean it's terrific. Why, who could ask for more tender crispness, more sunny golden toasted flavor? You see, Pep is called the Sunshine Cereal, and it's loaded to the brim with sparkling sunshine flavor. Yes, sir, Kellogg's Pep sure is on the sunbeam when it comes to snappy eating. Looks good in your bowl, all delicate and golden. And does it taste good? Why, it's practically irresistible. And Pep is good for you. Sure, your mom knows that. Gives you solid whole wheat nourishment and more. To sum it all up, gang, Kellogg's Pep is a honey of a treat come breakfast time. You can hardly wait to pitch in and finish off every toasted spoonful in your bowl. And that's the thing to do, you know, because the cereal grains have been picked out to help give good nourishment to fellows and girls overseas. So you certainly don't want to waste cereal. Remember that when Mom brings Kellogg's Pep home from the grocer's. Don't waste it. If you pour your own Pep, pour it carefully and polish off every bit you pour out. Always make sure to eat all your Pep. Don't waste it.
Prisoners of Al Vincent in the basement room of an old tenement building in the metropolis slums, Lois Lane and Jim Olsen were discussing their seemingly hopeless predicament when suddenly the door of their prison was softly unlocked and cautiously opened.
Well, jeepers, Miss Lane. Look who it is.
Why, it's Mary Hennig. What do you want now, you lying little...
Please, Miss Lane, don't. I'm sorry, honest, I am.
Oh, I'll bet you are.
I am honest. I couldn't help it.
Oh, don't give me that stuff.
It's true, sir. Help me. Vincent made me do it.
You'll have to make up a better story than that to get me to believe you again, Mary.
I'll tell you everything, Miss Lane, but not now. There's no time if you want to get out of here.
What?
Don't talk. Just follow me.
Are you kidding?
You don't think we're going to fall for this gag, do you, Mary?
This is no gag.
What do you
I
take
want
us for? A couple of dopes?
Oh, no, listen. There's not much time.
We're not buying any more of your lies, Mary Hennig. Now get out of here.
Oh, look, you got to listen to me and do like I say.
Now,
you got to trust me. Follow me before Vincent gets a chance to do what he...
Hey, who's that talking down there?
Oh, creepy.
Who's that?
Steve. He's one of Vincent's trigger men.
That you down there, Chickie?
Chickie? Yeah, that's me.
Look, Miss Lane, maybe we better follow her.
Okay. You ain't talking. I'll come down and have a look for myself.
Good heavens. What can we do?
I don't know. I'm afraid it's too late to do anything. Now.
Trembling fearfully in the dimly lit basement room, Mary Hennig looks wide-eyed toward the shadowed flight of stairs as Lois Lane and Jim Olsen stand by helplessly. What will happen? Was Mary Hennig a juvenile delinquent, making an honest effort to go straight and escape with our friends from Al Vincent and his crooked politicians who kept her on the road to crime? Or was this just another trap? Tomorrow's episode is a real thriller, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and learn what happens to youthful lawbreakers.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, how about being a pal to your dog like he is to you? Sure, do him a good turn. Treat him to Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food. It beats all how many dogs give Grow Pup the glad eye. It's so full of meaty flavor. And there are 3 different kinds to pick from. There's Grow-Pup Ribbon, Grow-Pup Meal, and Grow-Pup Pellets. You can give your dog the kind he likes best because they all have what it takes to help keep him right on the beam. For lots of muscle, for strong bones and teeth, ask Mother to base your dog's diet on Kellogg's Grow-Pup every day. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You were 100 miles from your own lines, waiting for the enemy who will lead you to your destination, while the danger to you and your men becomes more acute. For if you are discovered, the only road of escape will be death.
So listen now as Escape brings you the 13th Truck, based on the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith.
Some of the men called it a joyride. 2 days before, we left headquarters at Kabrit, Egypt, circled Tobruk, sneaked across into Nazi-held territory. Destination? A Nazi airfield 100 miles behind enemy lines. A joyride? The next 24 hours could turn our army truck into a hearse. Just 6 of us in that truck. Sergeant Healy, a corporal, 3 enlisted men, Hutchins, Swamley, and Guppy, and myself, Captain Paul Brown, U.S. Army. I was the only American in the group, the others drafted from Montgomery's 8th Army. As a unit, we were called Desert Commandos. Our business? Sabotage.
Bloody desert.
Easy does it, Sergeant.
Didn't see it, Captain. Sorry, sir.
Break an axle, we're in big trouble.
Listen to it. Think they was on a bloomin' joyride, you would. Captain.
What?
I was thinking. The men been wondering what they're in for this trip.
Well, they'll hear about it tonight when we stop.
That'll make them feel brighter. If a man's going to die, it makes it feel better if he knows why.
Captain Brown, a plane. A plane.
Where?
East, about 8,000. I'll stick them up with the glasses.
Messerschmitt?
Can't show yet, too far.
Pull up, Sergeant, over there with those rocks. Hurry.
Yes. Get the truck covered, men, and try not to raise any dust. Spotted yet, Captain?
No. Hutchins said to the east.
Don't steer it. Hop to it with that cover, lads.
Got it. It's a plane, all right. I can't tell what kind. It's coming this way.
Pin them edges down with rocks. Make it look natural.
It's a Messerschmitt. Under the truck, man. Messerschmitt. Come on, let's go, Sergeant.
Now keep it quiet, lads, and don't move. He's coming in.
Yeah.
Think that camouflage net will fool him?
No, that's what it's for.
We're ducks in a ruddy pond if it doesn't.
Who's moving back there?
Me, sir. Knock it, Hutchins. But there's ants crawling around in here, sir. Stuck right over an anthill. I'm not sitting on it. Big red ants, Captain.
Well, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch that net.
Hey! Hey, boss.
Shut your jaw, Corporal.
They're all over the place.
Captain.
Hey, he's circling back. Maybe.
Don't hear him, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll check. Okay, Jerry's gone. Come on.
Now what, sir?
I'll get that net loaded and let's get moving. We can put in another 50 miles before dark.
At this rate, I guess we'll be driving right into Rummel's front yard.
Sergeant Healy scratched at an ant under his shirt, then turned and hustled the men into the truck, and we were on our way again. No singing now. The corporal stared across the desert from his side of the truck. Hutchins kept his eyes up where the Messerschmitts roamed. The rest just scraped away at the layers of dust and sweat, staring at each other. They covered 20 miles, 30, zigzagging deeper into Nazi territory. Just before dark, we parked in some low-lying hills above the coast highway, Rommel's main artery of communication and supply to the front lines. It was time to tell the men what they were in for.
Settle down, lads. Captain Brown has a word for you.
In case you're wondering where we are, we're right here.
Oh, blimey, right down Jerry's throat.
Yes, just about. Intelligence reports say the Germans have established a hidden airfield somewhere in this area, right here. Just off the coast highway.
How do they know that, sir?
Well, Nazi supply trucks have been spotted leaving the coast highway, taking a camel trail up into the hills. Right here. Now, they're supplying something up there. Headquarters is certain it's a hidden airfield.
Oh, that explains all them fighter planes in the forward area.
You're right.
Well, then, as I see it, sir, where to find that hidden airfield?
Find it, Corporal, and destroy it.
Destroy it, sir? How?
Go in and dynamite.
Where do we get the dynamite?
We've got it, Corporal. You've been sitting on it for the last couple of days.
Do you mean them boxes in the truck?
Ah, dynamite.
Hey, that's the six of us are going to blow up this airfield? By ourselves, sir?
That's the job, Hutchins.
It keeps getting tougher all the time.
What's that, Twombly?
Nothing, Sarge.
Captain, say we find the field. How do we get close enough to use the dynamite?
Well, close won't do, Sergeant.
You mean we're going right into the ruddy place, sir?
That's right, Corporal. That's where we can do the most damage.
One more question, sir. How do we get inside the airfield?
We drive in.
Drive in? Oh, I could just see them Nazis letting us drive into their airfield with a truckload of explosives.
Now, as soon as it's dark, we move on to that next hill up ahead. From there, we watch that camel road that comes up from the coast highway. We'll rest up there all day tomorrow. Then tomorrow night, after dark, we'll leave a sentinel at the top of the hill. That'll be you, Hutchins.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll move the truck down and park at a sharp curve within 20 yards of the camel road and wait.
Wait for what, sir?
For you to spot a German supply convoy on its way up the camel road. You're to wait and count exactly the number of trucks in the convoy and the distance separating them.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you've got that information, you come back and report. Then we wait until the Jerry convoy comes around the curve. We let all but the last truck pass by, and before this last truck comes in sight, around the curve, we'll cut into the road and fall in line. You get the picture now, Corporal?
Yes, sir, only, well, why don't we fall in at the end of the convoy?
Oh, come off it, Corp, and have them Jerrys in the last truck get suspicious when another truck comes up behind them?
I'm paid to fight, not to think, sir.
All right, Corp, then for once you'll have a chance to earn your pay.
After dark, we moved onto the hill overlooking a long stretch of the camel road, a short distance from the sharp curve. We broke open the dynamite and attached time mechanisms. We finished preparations just before daylight, and the men covered the truck with a camouflage net and turned in for some sleep. With the sun, it got hot under the net, then hotter, plus the flies. And the flies reminded me of another place on a hillside in Ohio. Sandwiches, potato salad, and a girl. Dark eyes, dark hair, laughing and pushing me away. I'd forgotten her name. I wanted to kiss her, but she was worried about the flies on the potato salad. What was her name? Jane, no. Elaine, Eileen. And she let me kiss her. Lips cool, nice. We forgot about the potato salad and the flies.
Blasted flies.
Captain.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter, Sergeant?
Getting dark, sir.
Oh, yeah.
First time you slept since we left Cabrit, sir. You needed it.
Yeah.
You were dreaming?
Yeah.
Your wife, sir?
No.
Just a lady friend.
Just something that happened a long time ago.
Sure. I remember a bit of strawberry jam. In Naples it was. She tended bar in one of them places you can never find when you go back. She never meant nothing to me. Funny thing, I try to remember her name. Never comes to me.
Oh, this heat. Flipping wet. I guess we better get the men up. In a few minutes, the men were up on the truck with packs of dynamite on their backs. We left Hutchins on the hill to watch for the approaching convoy and moved down and parked 20 yards from the sharp curve in the Camel Road. Now we waited. 2 hours passed. 3. 4. No sign of the German truck convoy.
What do we do if no convoy comes through tonight, sir?
Try again tomorrow night.
Oh.
5 hours. Still waiting. I began to think of the things that could go wrong now. I considered the possibility that Hutchins might have fallen asleep up on the hill. Little patrol scouting the area. What if one of them discovered us? It'd be a run for our lives then. We needed darkness to get at that airfield, and there was only a few hours of it left. Still, we waited. No convoy. I was about to send the corporal to relieve Hutchins when he came scrambling down the hill.
Hey, they're coming, Captain. Jerry Convoy. 12 trucks.
12. You're positive, Hutchins?
I'm positive, sir. I counted them 3 times. 12 trucks about 100 yards apart, averaging 30 miles an hour.
Good. Climb aboard, Hutchins. On your toes, man. Now count each truck as it passes. We move in behind the 11th truck.
I just thought of something, sir.
What?
What are they going to think if they count 13 trucks when we reach the airfield when there were only 12 trucks to begin with?
Well, we'll figure that one out when we get to it.
Here they come, Captain. First Jerry trucks coming around the bend.
We will return to Escape in just a moment. But first, CBS Radio wishes to call your attention to a new 5-a-week daytime show on many of these same stations under the expert guidance of Jack Sterling. This new show asks members of the panel to make up your mind over problems with a psychological twist. The first week's guest list on Make Up Your Mind included Ilka Chase, Wendy Berry, Deems Taylor, Earl Wilson, and Vic Marcillo, former manager of Jersey Joe Walcott. And now, back to Escape.
The first truck of the Nazi convoy roared around the curve and passed. 30 seconds later, another one. All we could see was 2 pinpoints of dim light coming at us, a dark shadow as it passed, and a tiny red light at the back of the truck. 3, 4, 5 trucks. Then a command car. Now, what if the number 11 or 12 were command cars? They'd stop to investigate the sudden appearance of a truck at the end of the convoy. Well, we'd take a chance. Truck number 7. 8. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Here comes number 10.
Pull out behind the next truck, Sergeant. And no headlights until we're in line.
Right, sir.
Here it comes.
Let's go.
Now.
Your lights
on.
Truck number 12 just came around the curve. About 50 yards back.
A little faster, Sergeant.
Number 12 is dropping back now.
Good. Only that's number 13 back there, Corporal. We're number 12 now. Now keep your eyes peeled for that airfield. We'll have to do something about the extra truck in this convoy before we get there. In the meantime, sit tight and enjoy the ride.
What did you say, Twombly?
Nothing at all, Sarge.
All right. Settle back, boys, and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the blooming ride. With all them Jerrys in front and behind us. I'll enjoy the ruddy side more on the return trip, I can tell you.
Trouble with you, Hutchins, you're a stinking pessimist.
Oh.
Serve you ruddy well right if we're all blown to blazes.
The following half hour was uneventful. We moved along, keeping our place in line, watching the other trucks, watching for the airfield. Seeing nothing but a small red dot ahead, 2 gray dots behind. Then the corporal noticed something about those 2 gray lights behind us. They grew larger, came closer.
Captain, the rear truck is moving up on us. I think they want us to stop.
What for?
How should I know?
What'll we do, sir?
Pull up.
Right.
Corporal, your German's better than mine. You do the talking.
Right, sir.
The rest of you keep your knives handy. No guns. There might be sentries along the road. They want a match. Neither of our boys have one.
Ja, was muss er hier aber sagen? Sieh mein Freund, Leute, du kannst uns hier ins Lager zurückgeben. Ja, wir haben gern.
Uh-oh. What's up, sir? Corporal gave him his lighter. The Jerry says it's a French one. Oh, it's okay. He covered. Because he got it off a French major.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
All clear.
Good work, Corporal. Okay, let's go. We've got to catch up with the convoy before they come back looking for
Yes,
us.
sir. And if we don't spot that airfield pretty soon, I'm going to have conniptions, I am.
We caught up and took our place again. We were bound to reach the Nazi airfield soon, so I gave the men their final instructions. There was still 1 truck too many in the convoy that had to be taken care of. Then we topped the height and spotted a cluster of pinpoint lights up ahead. This had to be the hidden Nazi airfield. I gave the sergeant the order to swerve the truck across the road, blocking it. All right, a couple of you circle around behind them as they reach us. Hurry.
Here they come.
Motor trouble, Corporal.
Right, sir.
Die Motor ist zusammengebrochen, Kamerad. Ja.
Here they come, sir. Only 2.
Now.
There, that does it. Okay, transfer everything to the Jerry truck. Fast. Twomley, you take our truck and hide it in that waddy off the road. Stay with it. We'll rally back here no more than 15 minutes from now. Now, you got that, man? Got it. And Twomley, this is an order. Wait here for 15 minutes, then start back to the base, even if you have to go back alone.
Yes, sir.
Just as we caught up with the Jerry convoy, the truck ahead pulled through the front gate. 2 guards leisurely watched each truck as it passed under a spotlight. We moved up, slowly, in our proper position. We reached the gate. The guards didn't move. Then we were through the gate. And inside, we'd made it. The other trucks parked about 100 yards further on. We pulled up at the end of the line and we got out, stalling as much as possible. The light over the front gate went out. The other drivers were gone now. It was quiet and dark. Come on. Quiet. Okay, now, hold it here. We'll split up now. Corporal, you and Guffey take that side of the field. Look for planes. Hutchins, you work on those buildings along there. Sergeant, we'll take this side of the field and the hangars. What? Now make sure you plant that dynamite where it'll do the most good. Good luck. Come on, Sergeant.
There's the bunker, Captain.
In here.
Captain, look.
Yeah, 3 planes, all fighters.
There must be at least half a dozen bunkers along this side of the field, with planes in all of them. We've hit the jackpot, Captain.
Yeah, now, you start at the other end, Sergeant. Work your way back. I'll meet you here in 3 minutes.
Right, sir.
I found 3 bunkers, planes in each of them. A squat structure with a sign out front, Achtung, explosives. I poked 2 loads under that one. Then a warehouse, a bulldozer, trucks, cars, and 3 barracks buildings. From somewhere in the pitch black, I could hear voices laughing and talking. Then I was back at the first bunker, and the sergeant moved out of the dark. He was smiling.
Planes in all them bunkers, and I got a fuel reservoir while I was at it, sir.
Good. Let's get out of here.
We've been spotted.
The sergeant cut the guard down before he could pull a rifle off his shoulder. Spotlights went on everywhere. Other guards came running. Then a door opened behind us. Excited figures rushed out and stopped dead in their tracks when they saw us. We stood there face to face with half a dozen surprised Nazi officers. The sergeant whipped his machine gun around. And they dropped one after another right at our feet. All but one. He stumbled forward right into the sergeant's arm. The sergeant held him as a shield with one arm and went right on firing. Make for the main gate, Sergeant. On the right, Captain. We moved through patches of darkness and smoke, dragging the Nazi officer with us. The guards were firing in wild confusion. And then a strange thing happened. As we moved under the light at the main gate, the Jerrys quit firing at us. They were all around us, but out of sight. Silent. Watching us. We made a perfect target, but not a shot was fired. I couldn't figure it out.
I don't get it, Captain. What are they waiting for?
I don't know. Maybe it's that Jerry officer you got there.
Him? He don't look important. Battle fatigue, no rank insignia, nothing but that campaign medal.
Well, hang on to him just the same.
Don't worry. Hello?
What?
The main gate's closed. Looks locked.
Yeah.
How are we going to get out?
Look. There was a staff car parked just 15 yards away. We moved to it, wondering how long it would be before the guards made up their minds to start shooting again. The sergeant got in the back with the Nazi officer, and I started the car and headed right for the gate. And then we were through.
Let's get away from this bloody place. Them explosives is going off any second now.
See if any of them pull out after us.
I don't think so. Not yet.
Well, the waddy should be up around that bend in the road. Wonder how many of the men made it back.
We'll soon find out. Right, there she goes!
The sky turned white, then red as the shockwave crashed against us. The car swerved from side to side. Shells from the ammo dump screamed in at us from every direction, tearing the landscape open everywhere. I could hardly hardly hold the car on the road and moving. Finally, the road curved around a hill, offering some protection from the bombardment of the explosion.
Oh, did we do all that, sir?
Looks like it.
That was meant for you, but... Hey, come back here, you!
What's wrong?
He's trying to stop! My gun! Hold it! Oh! He got away! Pull up! I'll get after him!
Now it's too dark. Never find him now anywhere.
Lost!
We found the men waiting at the Wadi. They piled into the Nazi staff car, and there were 6 of us again. Yep. All 6. Operation completed, and we didn't lose a man. We still had a long, hazardous drive back to our lines, but it was different now. It was going home. I drove, and the sergeant sat next to me. He was brooding about the Nazi officer. Cheer up, Sergeant. Maybe you can get yourself another on the next raid.
I suppose. Well, anyhow, I got a souvenir. Part of his jacket, too. Ever see a Jerry medal like that before, Captain? I haven't.
Oh, yeah, that's...
What's the matter, sir?
Holy.
What's the matter?
You got this off that officer?
Yes, sir.
What? Do you know what it is?
No, sir.
What? It's the Hitler Knight's Cross.
Hitler Knight's Cross?
Yeah, the Fuhrer's personal medal. There's only 3 that he's ever given out.
Oh, sir?
3. Goering got one. One for von Rundstedt.
What about the other?
Rommel. Take your pick, Sergeant. Which one of them did we have?
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you the 13th Truck, adapted by Gus Bays, from the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith, as told to Cecil Carnes, starring Hy Averback as Captain Brown, with Richard Peel as the sergeant. Featured in the cast were Alistair Duncan, Charlie Lung, Alec Harford, and Jack Crucian. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are the subject of an experiment. An experiment to make you the most powerful man on earth. While if it succeeds, from that moment on, you will be forever locked in a world from which there can be no escape.
So listen next week, when Escape will bring you Irving Reese's extraordinary story, The Man from Tomorrow. A sensational trial of old San Francisco in 1870 will be your crime classic on CBS Radio tomorrow evening. The title, The Incredible Trial of Laura D. Fair. It's a long title, but whether you have a short or long memory, don't miss this exciting story of Mrs. Fair's incredible trial, dramatized by CBS Radio on Crime Classics tomorrow evening over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's action as the policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You were 100 miles from your own lines, waiting for the enemy who will lead you to your destination, while the danger to you and your men becomes more acute. For if you are discovered, the only road of escape will be death.
So listen now as Escape brings you the 13th Truck, based on the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith.
Some of the men called it a joyride. 2 days before, we left headquarters at Kabrit, Egypt, circled Tobruk, sneaked across into Nazi-held territory. Destination? A Nazi airfield 100 miles behind enemy lines. A joyride? The next 24 hours could turn our army truck into a hearse. Just 6 of us in that truck. Sergeant Healy, a corporal, 3 enlisted men, Hutchins, Swamley, and Guppy, and myself, Captain Paul Brown, U.S. Army. I was the only American in the group, the others drafted from Montgomery's 8th Army. As a unit, we were called Desert Commandos. Our business? Sabotage.
Bloody desert.
Easy does it, Sergeant.
Didn't see it, Captain. Sorry, sir.
Break an axle, we're in big trouble.
Listen to it. Think they was on a bloomin' joyride, you would. Captain.
What?
I was thinking. The men been wondering what they're in for this trip.
Well, they'll hear about it tonight when we stop.
That'll make them feel brighter. If a man's going to die, it makes it feel better if he knows why.
Captain Brown, a plane. A plane.
Where?
East, about 8,000. I'll pick them up with the glasses.
Messerschmitt?
Can't show yet, too far.
Pull up, Sergeant, over there with those rocks. Hurry.
Yes. Get the truck covered, men, and try not to raise any dust. Spotted yet, Captain?
No. Hutchins said to the east.
Don't steer it. Hop to it with that cover, lads.
Got it. It's a plane, all right. I can't tell what kind. It's coming this way.
Pin them edges down with rocks. Make it look natural.
It's a Messerschmitt. Under the truck, man. Messerschmitt. Come on, let's go, Sergeant.
Now keep it quiet, lads, and don't move. He's coming in.
Yeah.
Think that camouflage net will fool him?
No, that's what it's for.
We're ducks in a ruddy pond if it doesn't.
Who's moving back there?
Me, sir. Knock it, Hutchins. But there's ants crawling around in here, sir. Stuck right over an anthill. I'm not sitting on it. Big red ants, Captain.
Well, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch that net.
Hey! Hey, boss.
Shut your jaw, Corporal.
They're all over the place.
Captain.
Yeah, he's circling back. Maybe.
Don't hear him, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll check. Okay, Jerry's gone. Come on.
Now what, sir?
I'll get that net loaded and let's get moving. We can put in another 50 miles before dark.
At this rate, I guess we'll be driving right into Rummel's front yard.
Sergeant Healy scratched at an ant under his shirt, then turned and hustled the men into the truck, and we were on our way again. singing now. The corporal stared across the desert from his side of the truck. Hutchins kept his eyes up where the Messerschmitts roamed. The rest just scraped away at the layers of dust and sweat, staring at each other. They covered 20 miles, 30, zigzagging deeper into Nazi territory. Just before dark, we parked in some low-lying hills above the coast highway, Rommel's main artery of communication and supply to the front lines. It was time to tell the men what they were in for.
Settle down, lads. Captain Brown has a word for you.
In case you're wondering where we are, we're right here.
Oh, blimey, right down Jerry's throat.
Yes, just about. Intelligence reports say the Germans have established a hidden airfield somewhere in this area, right here. Just off the coast highway.
How do they know that, sir?
Well, Nazi supply trucks have been spotted leaving the coast highway, taking a camel trail up into the hills. Right here. Now, they're supplying something up there. Headquarters is certain it's a hidden airfield.
Oh, that explains all them fighter planes in the forward area.
You're right.
Well, then, as I see it, sir, where to find that hidden airfield, sir?
Find it, Corporal, and destroy it.
Destroy it, sir? How?
Go in and dynamite.
Where do we get the dynamite?
We've got it, Corporal. You've been sitting on it for the last couple of days.
Do you mean them boxes in the truck?
Ah, dynamite.
Hey, just the six of us are going to blow up this airfield? By ourselves, sir?
That's the job, Hutchins.
It keeps getting tougher all the time.
What's that, Twombly?
Nothing, Sarge.
Captain, say we find the field. How do we get close enough to use the dynamite?
Well, close won't do, Sergeant.
You mean we're going right into the ruddy place, sir?
That's right, Corporal. That's where we can do the most damage.
One more question, sir. How do we get inside the airfield?
We drive in.
Drive in? Oh, I can just see them Nazis letting us drive into their airfield with a truckload of explosives.
Now, as soon as it's dark, we move on to that next hill up ahead. From there, we watch that camel road that comes up from the coast highway. We'll rest up there all day tomorrow. Then tomorrow night, after dark, we'll leave a sentinel at the top of the hill. That'll be you, Hutchins.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll move the truck down and park at a sharp curve within 20 yards of the camel road and wait.
Wait for what, sir?
For you to spot a German supply convoy on its way up the camel road. You're to wait and count exactly the number of trucks in the convoy and the distance separating them.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you've got that information, you come back and report. Then we wait until the Jerry convoy comes around the curve. We let all but the last truck pass by, and before this last truck comes in sight, around the curve, we'll cut into the road and fall in line. You get the picture now, Corporal?
Yes, sir, only, well, why don't we fall in at the end of the convoy?
Oh, come off it, Corp, and have them Jerrys in the last truck get suspicious when another truck comes up behind them?
I'm paid to fight, not to think, sir.
All right, Corp, then for once you'll have a chance to earn your pay.
After dark, we moved onto the hill overlooking a long stretch of the camel road, a short distance from the sharp curve. We broke open the dynamite and attached time mechanisms. We finished preparations just before daylight, and the men covered the truck with a camouflage net and turned in for some sleep. With the sun, it got hot under the net, then hotter, plus the flies. And the flies reminded me of another place on a hillside in Ohio. Sandwiches, potato salad, and a girl. Dark eyes, dark hair, laughing and pushing me away. I'd forgotten her name. I wanted to kiss her, but she was worried about the flies on the potato salad. What was her name? Jane? No. Elaine? Eileen. And she let me kiss her. Lips cool, nice. We forgot about the potato salad and the flies. Blasted flies!
Captain.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter, Sergeant?
Getting dark, sir.
Oh, Yeah.
First time you slept since we left Kabritsa. You needed it.
Yeah.
You were dreaming?
Yeah.
Your wife, sir?
No.
Just a lady friend.
Just something that happened a long time ago.
Sure. I remember a bit of strawberry jam. In Naples it was. She tended bar in one of them places you can never find when you go back. She never meant nothing to me. Funny thing, I try to remember her name. Never comes to me.
Oh, this heat. Flipping wet. I guess we better get the men up. In a few minutes, the men were up on the truck with packs of dynamite on their backs. We left Hutchins on the hill to watch for the approaching convoy and moved down and parked 20 yards from the sharp curve in the Camel Road. Now we waited. 2 hours passed. 3. 4. No sign of the German truck convoy.
What'll we do if no convoy comes through tonight, sir?
Try again tomorrow night.
Oh.
5 hours. Still waiting. I began to think of the things that could go wrong now. I considered the possibility that Hutchins might have fallen asleep up on the hill. Little patrol scouting the area. What if one of them discovered us? It'd be a run for our lives then. We needed darkness to get at that airfield, and there was only a few hours of it left. Still, we waited. No convoy. I was about to send the corporal to relieve Hutchins when he came scrambling down the hill.
Hey, they're coming, Captain. Jerry Convoy. 12 trucks.
12. You're positive, Hutchins?
I'm positive, sir. I counted them 3 times. 12 trucks about 100 yards apart, averaging 30 miles an hour.
Good. Climb aboard, Hutchins. On your toes, man. Now count each truck as it passes. We move in behind the 11th truck.
I just thought of something, sir.
What?
What are they going to think if they count 13 trucks when we reach the airfield when there were only 12 trucks to begin with?
Well, we'll figure that one out when we get to it.
Here they come, Captain. First Jerry trucks coming around the bend.
We will return to Escape in just a moment. But first, CBS Radio wishes to call your attention to a new 5-a-week daytime show on many of these same stations under the expert guidance of Jack Sterling. This new show asks members of the panel to make up your mind over problems with a psychological twist. The first week's guest list on Make Up Your Mind included Ilka Chase, Wendy Berry, Deems Taylor, Earl Wilson, and Vic Marcillo, former manager of Jersey Joe Walcott. And now, back to Escape.
The first truck of the Nazi convoy roared around the curve and passed. 30 seconds later, another one. All we could see was 2 pinpoints of dim light coming at us, a dark shadow as it passed, and a tiny red light at the back of the truck. 3, 4, 5 trucks. Then a command car. Now, what if the number 11 or 12 were command cars? They'd stop to investigate the sudden appearance of a truck at the end of the convoy. Well, we'd take a chance. Truck number 7. 8.
9. 2 more.
Start your engine, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Here comes number 10.
We pull out behind the next truck, Sergeant. And and no headlights until we're in line.
Right, sir.
Here it comes.
Let's go.
We're in line now.
Your lights
on.
Truck number 12 just came around the curve. About 50 yards back.
A little faster, Sergeant.
Number 12 is dropping back now.
Good. Only that's number 13 back there, Corporal. We're number 12 now. Now keep your eyes peeled for that airfield. We'll have to do something about the extra truck in this convoy before we get there. In the meantime, sit tight and enjoy the ride.
What did you say, Twombly?
Nothing at all, Sarge.
All right. Settle back, boys, and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the blooming ride. With all them Jerrys in front and behind us. I'll enjoy the ruddy side more on the return trip, I can tell you.
Trouble with you, Hutchins, you're a stinking pessimist.
Oh.
Serve you ruddy well right if we're all blown to blazes.
The following half hour was uneventful. We moved along, keeping our place in line, watching the other trucks, watching for the airfield. Seeing nothing but a small red dot ahead, 2 gray dots behind. Then the corporal noticed something about those 2 gray lights behind us. They grew larger, came closer.
Captain, the rear truck is moving up on us. I think they want us to stop.
What for?
How should I know?
What do we do, sir?
Pull up.
Right.
Corporal, your German's better than mine. You do the talking.
Right, sir.
The rest of you keep your knives handy. No guns. There might be sentries along the road. Yeah, they want a match. Neither of our boys have one. Uh-oh.
What's up, sir?
Corporal gave him his lighter. The Jerry says it's a French one. Oh, it's okay. He covered. Says he got it off a French major.
All clear.
Good work, Corporal. Okay, let's go. We've got to catch up with the convoy before they come back looking for
Yes,
us.
sir. And if we don't spot that airfield pretty soon, I'm going to have conniptions, I am.
We caught up and took our place again. We were bound to reach the Nazi airfield soon, so I gave the men their final instructions. There was still 1 truck too many in the convoy that had to be taken care of. Then we topped the height and spotted a cluster of pinpoint lights up ahead. This had to be the hidden Nazi airfield. I gave the sergeant the order to swerve the truck across the road, blocking it. All right, a couple of you circle around behind them as they reach us. Hurry.
Here they come.
Motor trouble, Corporal.
Right, sir.
Die Motor ist zusammengebrochen, Kamerad. Ja.
Here they come, sir. Only 2.
Now.
There, that does it. Okay, transfer everything to the Jerry truck, fast. Now, Twombly, you take our truck and hide it in that waddy off the road. Stay with it. We'll rally back here no more than 15 minutes from now. Now, you got that, men? And, Twombly, this is an order. Wait here for 15 minutes, then start back to the base, even if you have to go back alone.
Yes, sir.
Just as we caught up with the Jerry convoy, the truck ahead pulled through the front gate. 2 guards leisurely watched each truck as it passed under a spotlight. We moved up, slowly, in our proper position. We reached the gate. The guards didn't move. Then we were through the gate. And inside, we'd made it. The other trucks parked about 100 yards further on. We pulled up at the end of the line and we got out, stalling as much as possible. The light over the front gate went out. The other drivers were gone now. It was quiet and dark. Come on. Quiet. Okay. Okay, now, hold it here. We'll split up now. Corporal, you and Guffey take that side of the field. Look for planes. Hutchins, you work on those buildings along there. Sergeant, we'll take this side of the field on the hangars. Now make sure you plant that dynamite where it'll do the most good. Good luck. Come on, Sergeant.
There's the bunker, Captain.
In here.
Captain, look.
Yeah, 3 planes, all fighters.
There must be at least half a dozen bunkers along this side of the field, with planes in all of them. We've hit the jackpot, Captain.
Yeah, now, you start at the other end, Sergeant. Work your way back. I'll meet you here in 3 minutes.
Right, sir.
I found 3 bunkers, planes in each of them. A squat structure with a sign out front, Achtung, explosives. I poked 2 loads under that one. Then a warehouse, a bulldozer, trucks, cars, and 3 barracks buildings. From somewhere in the pitch black, I could hear voices laughing and talking. Then I was back at the first bunker, and the sergeant moved out of the dark. He was smiling.
Planes in all them bunkers, and I got a fuel reservoir while I was at it, sir.
Good. Let's get out of here.
We've been spotted.
The sergeant cut the guard down before he could pull a rifle off his shoulder. Spotlights went on everywhere. Other guards came running. Then a door opened behind us. Excited figures rushed out and stopped dead in their tracks when they saw us. We stood there face to face with half a dozen surprised Nazi officers. The sergeant whipped his machine gun around. And they dropped one after another right at our feet. All but one. He stumbled forward right into the sergeant's arm. The sergeant held him as a shield with one arm and went right on firing. Make for the main gate, Sergeant. I'm the red, Captain. We moved through patches of darkness and smoke, dragging the Nazi officer with us. The guards were firing in wild confusion. And then a strange thing happened. As we moved under the light at the main gate, the Jerrys quit firing at us. They were all around us, but out of sight. Silent. Watching us. We made a perfect target, but not a shot was fired. I couldn't figure it out.
I don't get it, Captain. What are they waiting for?
I don't know. Maybe it's that Jerry officer you got there.
Him? He don't look important. Battle fatigue, no rank insignia, nothing but that campaign medal.
Well, hang on to him just the same.
Don't worry. Hello?
What?
The main gate's closed. Looks locked.
Yeah.
How are we going to get out?
Look. There was a staff car parked just 15 yards away. We moved to it, wondering how long it would be before the guards made up their minds to start shooting again. The sergeant got in the back with the Nazi officer, and I started the car and headed right for the gate. And then we were through.
Let's get away from this bloody place. Them explosives is going off any second now.
See if any of them pull out after us.
I don't think so. Not yet.
Well, the waddy should be up around that bend in the road. Wonder how many of the men made it back.
We'll soon find out. Right, there she goes.
The sky turned white, then red as the shockwave crashed against us. The car swerved from side to side. Shells from the ammo dump screamed in at us from every direction, tearing the landscape open everywhere. I could hardly hold the car on the road and move it. Finally, the road curved around a hill, offering some protection from the bombardment of the explosion.
Oh, did we do all that, sir?
Looks like it.
That was meant for you, but... Hey, come back here, you!
What's wrong?
He's trying to stop! My gun! Hold it! Oh! He got away! Pull up! I'll get after him!
Now it's too dark. Never find him now anywhere.
Lost!
We found the men waiting at the Wadi. They piled into the Nazi staff car, and there were 6 of us again. Yep. All 6. Operation completed, and we didn't lose a man. We still had a long, hazardous drive back to our lines, but it was different now. It was going home. I drove, and the sergeant sat next to me. He was brooding about the Nazi officer. Cheer up, Sergeant. Maybe you can get yourself another on the next raid.
I suppose. Well, anyhow, I got a souvenir. Part of his jacket, too. Ever see a Jerry medal like that before, Captain? I haven't.
Oh, yeah, that's...
What's the matter, sir?
Holy.
What's the matter?
You got this off that officer?
Yes, sir.
What? Do you know what it is?
No, sir.
What? It's the Hitler Knight's Cross.
Hitler Knight's Cross?
Yeah, the Fuhrer's personal medal. There's only 3 that he's ever given out.
Oh, sir?
3. Goering got 1. 1 for von Rundstedt.
What about the other?
Rommel. Take your pick, Sergeant. Which one of them did we have?
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you the 13th Truck, adapted by Gus Bays, from the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith, as told to Cecil Carnes, starring Hy Averback as Captain Brown, with Richard Peel as the sergeant. Featured in the cast were Alistair Duncan, Charlie Lung, Alec Harford, and Jack Crucian. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are the subject of an experiment. An experiment to make you the most powerful man on earth. While if it succeeds, from that moment on, you will be forever locked in a world from which there can be no escape.
So listen next week, when Escape will bring you Irving Reese's extraordinary story, The Man from Tomorrow. A sensational trial of old San Francisco in 1870 will be your crime classic on CBS Radio tomorrow evening. The title, The Incredible Trial of Laura D. Fair. It's a long title, but whether you have a short or long memory, don't miss this exciting story of Mrs. Fair's incredible trial, dramatized by CBS Radio on Crime Classics tomorrow evening over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's action as the policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
100 miles from your own lines, waiting for the enemy who will lead you to your destination, while the danger to you and your men becomes more acute. For if you are discovered, the only road of escape will be death.
So listen now as Escape brings you the 13th Truck, based on the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith.
Some of the men called it a joyride. 2 days before, we left headquarters at Kabrit, Egypt, circled Tobruk, sneaked across into Nazi-held territory. Destination? A Nazi airfield 100 miles behind enemy lines. A joyride? The next 24 hours could turn our army truck into a hearse. Just 6 of us in that truck. Sergeant Healy, a corporal, 3 enlisted men, Hutchins, Twombly, and Guppy, and myself, Captain Paul Brown, U.S. Army. I was the only American in the group, the others drafted from Montgomery's 8th Army. As a unit, we were called Desert Commandos. Our business? Sabotage.
Bloody desert.
Easy does it, Sergeant.
Didn't see it, Captain. Sorry, sir.
Break an axle, we're in big trouble.
Listen to it. Think they was on a bloomin' joyride, you would. Captain.
What?
I was thinking. The men been wondering what they're in for this trip.
Well, they'll hear about it tonight when we stop.
That'll make them feel brighter. If a man's going to die, it makes it feel better if he knows why.
Captain Brown, a plane. A plane.
Where?
East, about 8,000. Pick him up with the glasses.
Messerschmitt?
Can't show we get too far.
Pull up, Sergeant, over those rocks. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Get the truck covered, men, and try not to raise any dust. Spotted yet, Captain?
No. Hutchins said to the east.
Don't hear it. Hop to it with that cover, lads.
Got it. It's a plane, all right. I can't tell what kind. It's coming this way.
Pin them edges down with rocks. Make it look natural.
It's a Messerschmitt. Under the truck, man. Messerschmitt. Come on, let's go, Sergeant.
Now keep it quiet, lads, and don't move. He's coming in.
Yeah.
Think that camouflage net will fool him?
No, that's what it's for.
We're ducks in a ruddy pond if it doesn't.
Who's moving back there?
Me, sir. Knock it, Hutchins. But there's ants crawling around in here, sir. Stop right over an ant hill. I'm not sitting on it. Big red ants, Captain.
Well, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch that net.
Hey! Hey, boss.
Shut your jaw, Corporal.
They're all over the place.
Captain.
Yeah, he's circling back. Maybe.
Don't hear him, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll check. Okay, Jerry's gone. Come on.
Now what, sir?
I'll get that net loaded and let's get moving. We can put in another 50 miles before dark.
At this rate, I guess we'll be driving right into Rummel's front yard.
Sergeant Healy scratched at an ant under his shirt, then turned and hustled the men into the truck, and we were on our way again. No singing now. The corporal stared across the desert from his side of the truck. Hutchins kept his eyes up where the Messerschmitt's roamed. The rest just scraped away at the layers of dust and sweat, staring at each other. We covered 20 miles. 30, zigzagging deeper into Nazi territory. Just before dark, we parked in some low-lying hills above the coast highway, Rommel's main artery of communication and supply to the front line. It was time to tell the men what they were in for.
Settle down, lads. Captain Brown has a word for you.
In case you're wondering where we are, we're right here.
Oh, blimey, right down Jerry's throat.
Yes, just about. Intelligence reports say the Germans have established a hidden airfield somewhere in this area, right here. Just off the coast highway.
How do they know that, sir?
Well, Nazi supply trucks have been spotted leaving the coast highway, taking a camel trail up into the hills. Right here. Now, they're supplying something up there. Headquarters is certain it's a hidden airfield.
Oh, that explains all them fighter planes in the forward area.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, then, as I see it, sir, we're to find that hidden airfield.
Find it, Corporal, and destroy it.
Destroy it, sir? How?
Go in and dynamite.
Where do we get the dynamite?
We've got it, Corporal. You've been sitting on it for the last couple of days.
Do you mean them boxes in the truck?
Our dynamite.
Hey, just the six of us are going to blow up this airfield? By ourselves, sir?
That's the job, Hutchins.
It keeps getting tougher all the time.
What's that, Twombly?
Nothing, Sarge.
Captain, say we find the field. How do we get close enough to use the dynamite?
Well, close won't do, Sergeant.
You mean we're going right into the ruddy place, sir?
That's right, Corporal. That's where we can do the most damage.
One more question, sir. How do we get inside the airfield?
We drive in.
Drive in? Oh, I could just see them Nazis letting us drive into their airfield with a truckload of explosives.
Now, as soon as it's dark, we move on to that next hill up ahead. From there, we watch that camel road that comes up from the coast highway. We'll rest up there all day tomorrow. Then tomorrow night, after dark, we'll leave a sentinel at the top of the hill. That'll be you, Hutchins.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll move the truck down and park at a sharp curve within 20 yards of the camel road and wait.
Wait for what, sir?
For you to spot a German supply convoy on its way up to the camel road. You're to wait and count exactly the number of trucks in the convoy and the distance separating them.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you've got that information, you come back and report. Then we wait until the Jerry convoy comes around the curve. We let all but the last truck pass by, and before this last truck comes in sight, around the curve, we'll cut into the road and fall in line. You get the picture now, Corporal?
Yes, sir, only, well, why don't we fall in at the end of the convoy?
Oh, come off it, Corb. And have them Jerrys in the last truck get suspicious when another truck comes up behind them?
I'm paid to fight, not to think, sir.
All right, Corp. Then for once you'll have a chance to earn your pay.
After dark, we moved onto the hill overlooking a long stretch of the camel road, a short distance from the sharp curve. We broke open the dynamite and attached time mechanisms. We finished preparations just before daylight, and the men covered the truck with a camouflage net and turned in for some sleep. With the sun, it got hot under the net, then hotter, plus the flies. And the flies reminded me of another place on a hillside in Ohio. Sandwiches, potato salad, and a girl. Dark eyes, dark hair, laughing and pushing me away. I'd forgotten her name. I wanted to kiss her, but she was worried about the flies on the potato salad. What was her name? Jane? No. Elaine? Eileen? And she let me kiss her. Lips cool, nice. We forgot about the potato salad and the flies. Blasted flies!
Captain.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter, Sergeant?
Getting dark, sir.
Oh, yeah.
First time you slept since we left Cabrit, sir. You needed it.
Yeah.
You were dreaming?
Yeah.
Your wife, sir?
No.
Just a lady friend.
Just something that happened a long time ago.
Oh, I remember a bit of strawberry jam. In Naples it was. She tended bar in one of them places you can never find when you go back. She never meant nothing to me. Funny thing, I try to remember her name. Never comes to me.
Oh, this heat. Flipping wet. I guess we better get the men up. In a few minutes, the men were up on the truck with packs of dynamite on their backs. We left Hutchins on the hill to watch for the approaching convoy and moved down and parked 20 yards from the sharp curve in the camel road. Now we waited. 2 hours passed. 3. 4. No sign of the German truck convoy.
What do we do if no convoy comes through tonight, sir?
Try again tomorrow night.
Oh.
5 hours. Still waiting. I began to think of the things that could go wrong now. I considered the possibility that Hutchins might have fallen asleep up on the hill. Little patrol scouting the area. What if one of them discovered us? It'd be a run for our lives then. We needed darkness to get at that airfield, and there was only a few hours of it left. Still, we waited. No convoy. I was about to send the corporal to relieve Hutchins when he came scrambling down the hill.
Hey, they're coming, Captain. Jerry Convoy. 12 trucks.
12? You're positive, Hutchins?
I'm positive, sir. I counted them 3 times. 12 trucks about 100 yards apart, averaging 30 miles an hour.
Good. Climb aboard, Hutchins. On your toes, man. Now count each truck as it passes. We move in behind the 11th truck.
I just thought of something, sir.
What?
What are they going to think if they count 13 trucks when we reach the airfield when there were only 12 trucks to begin with?
Well, we'll figure that one out when we get to it.
Here they come, Captain. First Jerry trucks coming around the bend.
We will return to Escape in just a moment. But first, CBS Radio wishes to call your attention to a new 5-a-week daytime show on many of these same stations under the expert guidance of Jack Sterling. This new show asks members of the panel to make up your mind over problems with a psychological twist. The first week's guest list on Make Up Your Mind included Ilka Chase, Wendy Berry, Deems Taylor, Earl Wilson, and Vic Marcillo, former manager of Jersey Joe Walcott. And now, back to Escape.
The first truck of the Nazi convoy roared around the curve and passed. 30 seconds later, another one. All we could see was 2 pinpoints of dim light coming at us, a dark shadow as it passed, and a tiny red light at the back of the truck. 3, 4, 5 trucks. Then a command car. Now, what if number 11 or 12 were command cars? They'd stop to investigate the sudden appearance of a truck at the end of the convoy. Well, we'd take a chance. Truck number 7. 8. Start your engine, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Here comes number 10.
We pull out behind the next truck, Sergeant. And no headlights until we're in line.
Right, sir.
Here it comes.
Let's go.
We're in line now.
Your lights on.
Truck number 12 just came around the curve. About 50 yards back.
A little faster, Sergeant.
Number 12 is dropping back now.
Good. Only that's number 13 back there, Corporal. We're number 12 now. Now keep your eyes peeled for that airfield. We'll have to do something about the extra truck in this convoy before we get there. In the meantime, sit tight and enjoy the ride.
What did you say, Twombly?
Nothing at all, Sarge.
All right. Settle back, boys, and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the blooming ride. With all them Jerrys in front and behind us. I'll enjoy the ruddy side more on the return trip, I can tell you.
Trouble with you, Hutchins, you're a stinking pessimist.
Oh.
Serve you ruddy well right if we're all blown to blazes.
The following half hour was uneventful. We moved along, keeping our place in line, watching the other trucks, watching for the airfield. Seeing nothing but a small red dot ahead, 2 gray dots behind. Then the corporal noticed something about those 2 gray lights behind us. They grew larger, came closer.
Captain, the rear truck is moving up on us. I think they want us to stop.
What for?
How should I know?
What do we do, sir?
Pull up.
Right.
Corporal, your German's better than mine. You do the talking.
Right, sir.
The rest of you keep your knives handy. No guns. There might be sentries along the road. Yeah, they want a match. Neither of our boys have one. Uh-oh.
What's up, sir?
Corporal gave him his lighter. The Jerry says it's a French one. Oh, it's okay. He covered. Says he got it off a French major.
All clear.
Good work, Corporal. Okay, let's go. We've got to catch up with the convoy before they come back looking for us.
Yes, sir. And if we don't spot that airfield pretty soon, I'm going to have conniptions, I am.
We caught up and took our place again. We were bound to reach the Nazi airfield soon, so I gave the men their final instructions. There was still 1 truck too many in the convoy that had to be taken care of. Then we topped the height and spotted a cluster of pinpoint lights up ahead. This had to be the hidden Nazi airfield. I gave the sergeant the order to swerve the truck across the road, blocking it. All right, a couple of you circle around behind them as they reach us. Hurry.
Here they come.
Motor trouble, Corporal.
Right, sir.
Die Motor ist zusammengebrochen, Kamerad. Ja.
Here they come, sir. Only 2.
Now.
That does it. Okay, transfer everything to the Jerry truck, fast. Now, Twombly, you take our truck and hide it in that waddy off the road. Stay with it. We'll rally back here no more than 15 minutes from now. Now, you got that, man? And, Twombly, this is an order. Wait here for 15 minutes, then start back to the base, even if you have to go back alone.
Yes, sir.
Just as we caught up with the Jerry convoy, the truck ahead pulled through the front gate. 2 guards leisurely watched each truck as it passed under a spotlight. We moved up, slowly, in our proper position. We reached the gate. The guards didn't move. Then we were through the gate. And inside, we'd made it. The other trucks parked about 100 yards further on. We pulled up at the end of the line and we got out, stalling as much as possible. The light over the front gate went out. The other drivers were gone now. It was quiet and dark. Come on. Quiet. Okay, now hold it here. We'll split up now. Corporal, you and Guffey take that side of the field. Look for planes. Hutchins, you work on those buildings along there. Sergeant, we'll take this side of the field on the hangars. Now make sure you plant that dynamite where it'll do the most good. Good luck. Come on, Sergeant.
There's the bunker, Captain.
In here.
Captain, look.
Yeah, 3 planes, all fighters.
There must be at least half a dozen bunkers along this side of the field, with planes in all of them. We've hit the jackpot, Captain.
Yeah, now, you start at the other end, Sergeant. Work your way back. I'll meet you here in 3 minutes.
Right, sir.
I found 3 bunkers, planes in each of them. A squat structure with a sign out front, Achtung Explosives. I poked 2 loads under that one. Then a warehouse, a bulldozer, trucks, cars, and 3 barracks buildings. From somewhere in the pitch black, I could hear voices laughing and talking. Then I was back at the first bunker, and the sergeant moved out of the dark. He was smiling.
Planes in all them bunkers, and I got a fuel reservoir while I was at it, sir.
Good. Let's get out of here.
We've been spotted.
The sergeant cut the guard down before he could pull a rifle off his shoulder. Spotlights went on everywhere. Other guards came running. Then a door opened behind us. Excited figures rushed out and stopped dead in their tracks when they saw us. We stood there face to face with half a dozen surprised Nazi officers. The sergeant whipped his machine gun around. And they dropped one after another right at our feet. All but one. He stumbled forward right into the sergeant's arm. The sergeant held him as a shield with one arm and went right on firing with the other. Make for the main gate, Sergeant. I'm the red, Captain. We moved through patches of darkness and smoke, dragging the Nazi officer with us. The guards were firing in wild confusion. And then a strange thing happened. As we moved under the light at the main gate, the Jerrys quit firing at us. They were all around us, but out of sight. Silent. Watching us. We made a perfect target, but not a shot was fired. I couldn't figure it out.
I don't get it, Captain. What are they waiting for?
I don't know. Maybe it's that Jerry officer you got there.
Him? He don't look important. Battle fatigue, no rank insignia, nothing but that campaign medal.
Well, hang on to him just the same.
Don't worry. Hello?
What?
The main gate's closed. Looks locked.
Yeah.
How are we going to get out?
Look. There was a staff car parked just 15 yards away. We moved to it, wondering how long it would be before the guards made up their minds to start shooting again. The sergeant got in the back with the Nazi officer, and I started the car and headed right for the gate. And then we were through.
Let's get away from this bloody place. Them explosives is going off any second now.
See if any of them pull out after us.
I don't think so. Not yet.
Well, the waddy should be up around that bend in the road. Wonder how many of the men made it back.
We'll soon find out. Right, there she goes!
The sky turned white, then red as the shockwave crashed against us. The car swerved from side to side. Shells from the ammo dump screamed in at us from every direction, tearing the landscape open everywhere. I could hardly hold the car on the road and moving. Finally, the road curved around a hill, offering some protection from the bombardment of the explosion.
Oh, did we do all that, sir?
Looks like it.
That was meant for you, but... Hey, come back here, you!
What's wrong?
He's trying to jump! A gun! Hold it! Oh! He got away! Pull up! I'll get after him!
Now it's too dark to ever find him now anywhere.
No!
We found the men waiting at the waddy. They piled into the Nazi staff car, and there were 6 of us again. Yep. All 6. Operation completed, and we didn't lose a man. We still had a long, hazardous drive back to our lines, but it was different now. It was going home. I drove, and Sergeant sat next to me. He was brooding about the Nazi officer. Cheer up, Sergeant. Maybe you can get yourself another on the next raid.
I suppose. Well, anyhow, I got a souvenir. Part of his jacket, too. Ever see a Jerry medal like that before, Captain? I haven't.
Oh, yeah, that's...
What's the matter, sir?
Holy.
What's the matter?
You got this off that officer?
Yes, sir.
What, do you know what it is?
No, sir.
Well, it's the Hitler Knight's Cross.
Hitler Knight's Cross?
Yeah, the Fuhrer's personal medal. There's only 3 that he's ever given out.
Oh, sir?
3. Goering got one. One for von Rundstedt.
What about the other?
Rommel. Take your pick, Sergeant. Which one of them did we have?
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you The 13th Truck, adapted by Gus Bays, from the story of Captain Douglas M. Smith, as told to Cecil Carnes, starring Hy Averback as Captain Brown, with Richard Peel as the sergeant. Featured in the cast were Alistair Duncan, Charlie Lung, Alec Harford, and Jack Crucian. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are the subject of an experiment. An experiment to make you the most powerful man on earth. While if it succeeds, from that moment on, you will be forever locked in a world from which there can be no escape.
So listen next week, when Escape will bring you Irving Reese's extraordinary story, The Man from Tomorrow. The sensational trial of old San Francisco in 1870 will be your crime classic on CBS Radio tomorrow evening. The title, The Incredible Trial of Laura D. Fair. It's a long title, but whether you have a short or long memory, don't miss this exciting story of Mrs. Fair's incredible trial, dramatized by CBS Radio on Crime Classics tomorrow evening over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's action as the policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are the subject of an experiment. An experiment to make you the most powerful man on earth. While if it succeeds, from that moment, you will be forever locked in a world from which there can be no escape.
So listen now as Escape brings you Irving Reese's extraordinary story, The Man from Tomorrow.
started with a want ad in the daily paper. Wanted ex-fighter pilot must be in perfect health and prepared for rigid tests. Successful candidate will receive good pay and will be given opportunity to contribute to daring experiment and world betterment. Science Associates, 126 West Street. 126 West Street turned out to be one of those ultra-modern, super-scientific buildings. No windows, and air-conditioned as cool as a north wind off an iceberg. About 60 guys had answered the ad.
Hi, Major.
Hi, Randy.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Some of the faces were familiar, guys that had been in my fighter wing. We sat there, 60 of us, and waited. An hour. 2 hours. Nothing happened.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting out of here. This place gives me claustrophobia. Hey, it's locked. We're locked in here.
But even before this had a chance to sink in, another door opened on the far side of the room. A guy with a white mask on his face came in carrying a Thompson submachine gun.
Hey!
They all flattened on the floor except me. I made a dash for the man in the mask, but he disappeared as quickly as he'd come.
Hey, how come you didn't hit the floor? Didn't you tired of living?
He was shooting blanks. Couldn't you see? Weren't any bullets chipping anything? That was a gag.
I don't like this. Come on, let's crash the door and get out of this rat trap.
Save it, Randy. It won't do any good. They can keep us bottled up till they're good and ready to let us go. And then something else. Thick, black, acrid smoke pouring out of the air conditioning vents. And a sound from somewhere, an airplane diving. Every pilot remembers with horror the smell of burning oil from a plane out of control. It hit us way back and deep down. Some of the guys got panicky. I pushed Randy down to the floor. You get more air down here. Now relax. Then the blowers reversed. And that smoke was sucked out quickly. And a loudspeaker cut in from nowhere.
Attention, please.
Hey, quiet down, fellas. Quiet down. Take it easy.
For the past 2 hours, you have been under close observation as a necessary part of this test. You were warned in advance the test would be rigid. As you file out past the guard, you will receive a token compensation for your time and discomfort. We now ask you all to leave except the man who ran for the gunner. The door is now open. Thank you.
Looks like you got the job, Major. Looks like I'm going to shove it right back in their faces, Randy. Well, yeah. So long, Randy. Take it easy.
Your name, please?
Well, I hardly expected to find a blonde at the bottom of this.
You will come with me, please.
Don't give me orders, Blondie. I just want to see the guy responsible for this. Then I'm getting out of here.
I take it you have lost interest in contributing to the world benefit.
That's what it said in the ad? Well, whatever your lofty purpose, I don't like cold-blooded cruelty.
Unfortunately, personal feelings cannot enter into these steps toward our objectives.
Then your objectives are wrong.
You will be better able to judge that when you know what they are.
I don't think I'm interested. And if I may have a personal feeling, callousness is unattractive enough in a man.
Neither your feelings nor mine will matter in this project. Major, I understand that it was?
Mr. Kenman, the war is over. Miss?
Dr. Frost.
Poetic.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I sometimes mutter to myself.
If it is possible for you to unlock your quite superior intellect from emotional reactions common to schoolgirls and fishwives, my senior colleague, Professor Baird, and I will attempt to convince you on the only basis that it should appeal to a mature mind. Facts.
By all means, Dr. Frost. Professor bad, where'd you get the notion of asking for fighter pilots?
Simple. Only 1 man in 10,000 was able to qualify mentally and physical for fighter training. Additional eliminations due to flunk-outs, mortality in training and combat brings the total to 1 in 20,000. The standards we applied during the 2 hours in which we observed your every action and reaction raises the mathematical incidence of your sensory acuity to approximately 1 in 100,000.
I'm flattered.
You'll have greater reason to be if our experiment proves successful. You will be the only man on Earth possessed of your powers. You will be the man from tomorrow.
How do you propose to go about that?
We will first show you how we've trained other individuals. Dr. Frost, will you proceed with the demonstration?
Come in, Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan, have you ever been in this part of the laboratories before?
No.
Would you describe it, please?
It is a rectangular room, 40 by 20. The ceiling is 18.5 feet high. There's a desk 12 feet from me, slightly to my right. There are 2 people seated at it. One has just risen.
That will be all. Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Well, Mr. Kenman?
Well, it'd be very impressive if any schoolboy with normal vision couldn't do as well.
Agreed. Mr. Logan is totally blind.
Looking back now, I can hardly believe my own impressions. The blind man was followed by a deaf mute, then by a paraplegic who'd lost all sense of touch and smell. The demonstrations were incredible.
Not one of these persons possessed physical senses above the average. The deprivation of one sense or another, in the case of the blind or the deaf man, stimulated nature's desire to compensate for the loss.
But what are you trying to prove?
That man has powers even now that are beyond his comprehension. We wish to explore those powers. Suppose one nearly perfect man, with superior sensory perception to begin with, could develop the extension of his 5 senses to the maximum degree we've just observed. What do you think would happen?
I don't know.
Neither do we. But it is our conviction that this man would also acquire a new sense, a 6th sense, that would endow him with a power never dreamed of before. Don't you think it's a dimension worth exploring?
Maybe. How could anybody accomplish that?
By training. By producing the circumstances that surround the blind man, the deaf man, and the handicapped. You would have to agree to cut yourself off from the outside world for 3 years. You would spend 6 months living in a pitch-dark laboratory. You would sleep, eat, function in a world of darkness.
We will use various sound devices to train and measure your hearing responses. After that, 6 months will be devoted to simulating the world of the deaf-mute, and so on.
You will be paid $20,000 at the end of the 3 years. All the necessities of living will be provided during that time. Then a test will be made, and if our predictions are realized, you will be signed for an additional 5 years at $20,000 per year. Dr. Frost will be in charge of the training program. Do you wish to undertake it?
That's a pretty serious move. I'd like to think about it.
You have all the facts clearly, Mr. Kenman. We would like a decision now.
You think feeling might enter into my considerations, Doctor? That's what you're afraid of?
Afraid? Fear is merely an emotion, Mr. Kenman. I have learned to control all my emotions.
I wonder.
I beg your pardon?
I was muttering again. What I meant to say is I agree to undertake your experiment.
We will return to Escape in just a moment, but first, forest fires, 9 out of every 10, are made by man. So redouble your efforts to eliminate forest fires. Crush out every cigarette. Break matches in two and grind them with your fingers. Douse down campfires and turn them over until no ember remains. Save a fortune in property and save human lives. And now, back to Escape.
I was given 2 days to settle my affairs, such as they were. It meant saying goodbye to my landlady and packing a bag. And then I reported back to Scientific Associates, to Dr. Frost of the beautiful face and figure, all ice, and Professor Baird, tall, quiet, and clinical. I was led into a pitch-dark room, blacker than the blackest night. That was to be my home for 6 months. It had a bed, bathroom, closets. All I had to do was find them. I won't waste time telling you what that was like. Just close your eyes tight and try to find your way around a room that's familiar to you. You'll get the idea. I was still stumbling around 3 weeks later when I reported for my daily training with Dr. Frost in the adjoining laboratory, which was even blacker if possible. No.
Are you hurt?
No, you wouldn't care if I broke my leg.
There is a chair nearby.
I know, I just fell over it. No.
We can begin as soon as you're settled.
Yeah. Lucky it's so dark. I'd have to apologize for wearing my pajamas.
Don't you like dressing?
Oh, I love it. When I can find my pants.
Today's exercise will be recognition of pure tones. Here's an example. That is 1,000 cycles, or 1,000 vibrations per second, stripped of all harmonics. What would you say that was?
1,100.
It is 1,500 cycles. Now, please tell me when you begin to hear the next tone and what the frequency is.
I couldn't make the slightest dent in that glacial reserve. Tried to match her at her own game for a while, but she loved it, and I'm human. Anyway, at the end of the 6th month, I could ramble through the whole place and never stub my toe. It was amazing how you learned to sense things in the dark and what your ears could do. 800. Oh, 4,000. Out.
Good. Excellent. Mr. Kenman, your threshold of hearing is 20 decibels greater than the average ear. That's very good.
Oh, Dr. Frost, I can't see you, but do I detect a note of enthusiasm in your voice?
Satisfaction, perhaps, Mr. Kenman. The experiment
Dr.
so far...
Frost, have you ever let yourself go?
Mr. Kenman, I'm not nearly so naive as you assume. Nor have any of your innuendos or mumblings for the past 6 months escaped me. I told you in the beginning that neither your feelings nor mine would have any bearing on
You
this
haven't
project.
answered my question.
I am fully aware of the nature of biological stresses.
In a scientific way, of course.
What distinguishes man from the animal is his understanding of these stresses, but mostly his control.
Control is a traffic cop with a stop sign, Doctor, but eventually the traffic has to go somewhere.
I can understand the frustration of your masculine ego, especially in this enforced loneliness of the experiment.
Thank you.
But we have only begun. We have 2 years or more to go. The first phase is highly successful. As a scientist, I am very pleased.
Strange, my hearing is so good, and I have yet to hear your heartbeat. Then there was light again, but no hearing. They devised some newfangled earplugs, and I began 6 months of silence. 6 months of being deaf as a doorknob. Deaf, but not quite deaf, because I began to see sounds, to feel sounds, like waves against my skin. I began to hear with my body, with my pores. Have you ever touched a sound? Ever seen thunder? You get so you can look at sounds, almost see the waves they make, trembling in the air. And have you ever tried silence? Try. Not saying a word, not a syllable for an hour, or a day. I tried it for 6 months. Until all the unsaid words piled up inside my head clung like unborn sounds at the back of my throat. Whoever said silence is golden never felt the lump of lead that accumulates inside you. Silence. Then the 6 months ended, and I felt the vibrations of her footsteps down the long hall. And I saw the door opening, a split second before you would normally see it open, for my eyes were my ears, and they were a jump ahead of what they'd ever been before. I saw her lips move, and I could read every word.
In a moment, you will hear again. In just a moment.
Then she removed the fancy earplugs, and the little canyon I'd been living in widened to a continent. And then her moving lips became sounds.
Can you hear now? Can you hear me? Nod to me or raise your finger when you can hear the sound of my voice.
Oh, I heard you 5 minutes ago.
Were the plugs defective?
No, I read your lips. Incidentally, I take it it's okay for me to talk now.
Of course.
Have I been a good boy? Have I done everything you wanted?
So much so, Mr. Kenman, that we're giving you a few days' rest before we begin your training for taste and touch.
Can I do anything I want?
Anything. Within reason.
I'd like to have a drink. Strangely enough, I'd like to have you join me.
Perhaps that can be arranged.
By the way, do you have a first name, or are you only a title followed by Frost, followed by a long string of degrees?
Oh, my first name is Jessica.
Jessica? Oh, that's more like Jessica. Jessica. After all that silence, it's good just to say a woman's name.
Well, until the experiment is completely over, Mr. Kenman, it had better remain Dr. Frost.
Okay. Dr. Jessica Frost, plus degrees. But when I get to take you out for a drink as a normal human being and not as a guinea pig, let's just go to a cocktail bar where they don't cheat.
Cheat?
No. You ask for a particular brand, this bartender pours out a few drops of it and then fills the rest of the jigger with some of that cheap stuff behind the bar.
How do you know?
Oh, I've been trained in these little subtleties of life by a master mind. For one thing, I can spot the different gurgling sounds of the bottles. And then, too, I seem to have an uncanny knack these days of seeing around corners.
Good.
Well, despite the watered-down booze, I give you a toast. To you.
You've been very cooperative about this. Mr. Kenman, I want you to know that I like you very much.
Well, now I'm sure the experiment is a success because I've developed a sixth sense. I distinctly heard a lovely lady saying, "I like you very much," and that couldn't possibly have been you. I rather enjoyed the touch tests. It was one area I'd never realized held such hidden powers. After a few months, my fingertips knew the difference between crystal and diamonds. I could tell if you had a suntan merely by touching your cheek. And as for the taste test, food suddenly became a symphony concert. Sourness had many degrees. Sweetness had a range as wide as the spectrum of a rainbow. And then all of my highly developed senses brought on a new perception. Something over and beyond, something added to the rest. More than a summation of all the senses. Did you ever swerve the steering wheel of your car suddenly without knowing why, and then you realized the move saved your life? Or one day you thought of an old friend whom you hadn't seen or communicated with in years, and then you found a letter from him in the box that morning? Coincidence? Black magic? I once thought so. I didn't anymore. I had a knowledge beyond knowledge.
Sit down, Mr. Kinman.
Thank you. Your period of training has been completed. We've taken the final tests, and we've decided to retain you. Will you execute the contract, please, Mr. Kinman? It's the arrangement as decided. $20,000 a year for the next 5 years. Is anything wrong, Mr. Kinman?
No, nothing wrong. Not now.
Mr. Kinman, what are you doing?
Obviously, I'm not signing it.
Why?
Because I'm afraid.
What is there to be afraid of?
Of myself, Professor. Of what I know now, what I'm going to know in the future. Of what you and Dr. Frost may ask me to do.
Afraid to make contribution to scientific progress, undreamed of progress?
Professor, remember the sixth sense you gave me. Do you know what I can see? I can see beyond the test tubes and the telescopes, all your theories and experiments. And I don't see one important thing. I don't see happiness. Only fear in falling buildings. That's all I see coming out of my super sense.
I suppose, then, that you think that all my work, our work, is to go to death and destruction?
It might.
That's not fair.
Isn't it? What happens if I sign the contract? Who makes the decisions?
These are things I can't honestly answer.
I know. That's what I mean. It might be out of your hands, then. Governments would pay billions for me. Our own country would guard me like Fort Knox. I would be the most valuable thing in the world. Alive, even more valuable for some people dead. But a thing, not a man. That's not going to be for me. Not that way.
All this work, everything we've done doesn't mean anything, then. It's all for nothing.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I guess you picked the wrong man for the job.
What are you going to do now?
Pack my things, go away. I don't know where. It doesn't really matter. Jessica, I probably won't see you again before I go. Thanks for everything. And I'm sorry you feel that I've let you down. So long.
I was just going to...
Try to talk me out of it.
No. Yes, I was, but not anymore.
Oh. I'm very glad you changed your mind.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Not yet. It's kind of funny. Going out of here almost the way I came. One suitcase, hat and coat. Only difference, I've got all the knowledge of the world up here. I don't know what I'll do with it. I haven't been able to think. Not clearly. I know one thing, though. There are a lot of things I can try.
What?
Cancer, heart disease, a dozen other things.
Yes.
Might not be bad for a start.
Oh, that's not bad for a start. Do you think you might need someone to help?
Yes. Yes, I think I might.
I've talked to Professor Baird. I think perhaps he understands.
Ah, does he?
Yes. It's a little uncomfortable for a woman. I'm not supposed to say anything until you do. You already know what I'm thinking, don't you?
Let's be old-fashioned. I love you. Will you come with me?
Yes. I love you, too.
I know. Now, come on, let's go.
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you The Man from Tomorrow by Irving Reese, starring Lawrence Dobkin as Dix. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Edgar Barrier, Kurt Martell, Jack Carroll, and Barney Phillips. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week, we present a story of two boys and the dreadful game which they played. You might have read about it in your newspaper. It might have happened in your town. And if it did, it must never happen again. So listen next week, when Escape will bring you Anthony Ellis's terrifying play, The Game. Would you be interested in the Alsop family, how it diminished and grew? We suspect you would be, for it's tomorrow night's Crime Classics drama on CBS Radio. Don't miss Crime Classics on most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Bill Cullen's Walk a Mile show is heard every Monday evening on the CBS Radio Network.
Instant Ralston and regular Ralston, the hot whole wheat cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in the refrigeration control compartment of their spaceship on a flight to Venus. The air is rapidly leaking from their ship, and then they discover a giant worm clinging to the wall of the ship.
Take this bar and knock it loose, Hap. Yes, sir. It won't come loose. It's as hard as metal.
You're right. That's what it eats. Feeding on the Endurium bulkhead. That's how the air is escaping.
Oh, the rocket commander is eating clear through the hole. We'll suffocate.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Iron Eaters of Planet X. Space Patrollers, have you entered the sensational Name the Planet contest yet? Well, you better hurry. Time's going fast, and you don't want to be left out. So hurry up and go with Mom or Dad to your Weatherbird shoe store for your free coin album and contest entry blank. Right. The Weatherbird Shoeman will give you a swell coin album with 3 super-colored space coins inside, plus the entry blank on which you write your name for Planet X. Yes, you just name that tremendous new planet 5,000 times bigger than Earth. And your name for Planet X can win you a giant rocket clubhouse on wheels, or one of the 1,750 other big prizes. Now, just imagine, gang, a 35-foot-long, 10,000-pound rocket clubhouse on wheels with a big, honest-to-goodness motor truck to pull it. And inside the rocket clubhouse are built-in bunks, lockers, electric lights, cooking equipment, all sorts of things for real Space Patrol living for you and your pals. And don't forget, the Space Patroller who wins the rocket clubhouse will also win the big motor truck and $1,500 cash. But don't wait, gang. Get started now on winning the Rocket Clubhouse or one of the 1,750 other swell prizes. Hurry to your Weatherbird shoe store now and enter the Name the Planet contest today. And now, today's space football adventure, the Iron Eaters of Planet X. For weeks now, there has been no major crime along the space lanes. Days have passed since a space patrol ship has reported even so much as a sighting of spacecraft approaching or leaving Planet X. Patrol ships ordered in close to the giant planet have made swift, daring scanning flights over known installations and have returned with identical reports. No new or suspicious activity. But still, Commander Corey holds firmly to his policy of constant vigilance. And then one day, a patrol ship spacephones a report that justifies the commander's alertness. In his central office on the planet Terra, Buzz hands a copy of the report to the head.
Planet Radiation Space to Sector J14, Planet X. Nuclear reactor in full operation. 2 power radiation towers focused southeast and south.
Well, that's why things have been so quiet, Happy. Baccarati's in his own backyard cooking up trouble for that nuclear reactor. He can cook up plenty.
I wonder what he's using it for.
Take a look at this map of Planet X. Those thin green lines show where Baccarati's beaming the power from his reactor. One beam goes toward his biggest spaceship, and the other is aimed toward a mining region. See what that means?
You can speed up production of spaceships and war materials.
Exactly.
Well, then we'd better put that reactor out of operation quick.
Yeah, that part is fairly simple. A cosmic bomb would take care of that, but we have reason to believe that 8 of the most brilliant nuclear scientists of the United Planets are back planet.
Captured by Baccarati, huh?
Yes. We didn't attempt to capture that planet by a land attack with endanger.
That's right. You sure got us stymied.
For the present. What we need is a way of creating a panic about the reactor. A panic that will completely disorganize Baccarati's men, yet won't appear to be caused by the space patrol.
That's a big order.
There's a man on Venus who may be able to help us. An expert on mass psychology, named Professor Buller. He's unable to come to Terra because of his illness, so we're going to Venus.
Oh, why couldn't you just...
Why couldn't I space upon him? This is a matter I want to keep completely secret.
Yeah, but Baccarati's spy is still around. He might intercept the space phone message.
Right. Let's get over to the spaceport supply depot, huh?
Oh, your appointment with Bert Gank.
Mm-hmm. He's the new civilian supervisor in the ship's supplies section. Just a courtesy call, but it might help him to let him know that Space Patrol understands his problem.
He'll probably have plenty. The last man on that job couldn't take it after this trouble with Baccarati started.
Bert Gant's a younger man, Hap. Let's hope he's a capable one.
On the monster Planet X, Prince Baccarati glares at a control panel. The chair in which he sits looks strangely out of place. Massive and gaudy, it looks more like the throne of an Oriental potentate who ruled on Earth 15 centuries ago. Regally, Baccarati turns as his chief advisor, Dr. Malengro, enters the tower room and bows before him.
Good news, Your Highness. 2 more power relay towers are in operation. At this rate, Your Excellency's castle will soon be lighted by your reactor plant thousands of miles away.
That's not important right now. The tower is for factories and mines. I must have spaceships, hundreds of them, enough to conquer Commander Corey's space patrol.
Of course, Your Highness. But perhaps Corey won't be alive to witness your glorious victory over his ships.
Oh, then our little presents from the Iron Mountain are on their way.
Well, on their way. They were routed to Terra by way of Neptune. By the time they reach Terra, they will look like a routine shipment of supplies.
Oh, the ships they're carried in, they have adequate refrigeration?
Yes, sire. Your agent on Terra has arranged every detail.
There must be no mistake. Our little surprise must be in Corey's ship the next time he blasts off. Oh, the agent on Terra. Tell him to contact me by spacephone. What's his name?
Gank, Your Highness. Bert Gank.
In an office of the Spaceport Supply Depot on Terra, Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy are having a friendly chat with the new civilian supervisor amid the murmur of a battery of auditing machines.
Yeah, I'll be blasting off for Venus in a few hours. We'll be working closely with the supervisor at Venus City Spaceport. I'd like to have you come along and meet him.
Go with me?
Yes, I don't intend to be away long.
But I am just getting into the swing of things here. To leave now...
I know how you feel, but from past experience, I know that first-hand knowledge of the situation on Venus will make your work much easier here.
Commander, this is wonderful. I'd like nothing better. But the fact is, my doctor has cautioned me about space flights while I'm under treatment.
That's different. Nothing serious, I hope.
A temporary condition. I had a minor operation a few weeks ago.
Some other time, then. That happened, I will get out of here now, Mr. Gant, and let you get back to work.
Several hours later, in his private living quarters, Bert Gant tunes his spacephone transmitter to a rarely used frequency, then puts on a scrambler circuit. Using a code name for even greater secrecy, he finally makes contact with a man who sits in a throne-like chair on a planet billions of miles away.
Triangle reporting to Your Highness.
Make it quick, Triangle. I don't want them getting a fix on your location.
Corey's glass it up.
Crates from Iron Mountain aboard.
Yes, Your Highness. The refrigeration system will fail an hour after blast off. And then the contents of those crates will go to work. He'll never reach Venus. Triangle out.
Nearly 2 hours out of Terra, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are working their way aft with the ship on automatic control. Happy, stripped to the waist and covered with grease, is wiping the perspiration from his forehead with the back of his hand.
Not just in supply compartment 3, sir. Refrigeration's cutting out all over the ship.
You're telling me. The hull is reflecting back quite a bit of the heat into space, but pouring through the viewport.
I thought I could fix it in a jiffy, but it's a lot more serious than a blown fuse or a stuck relay.
Let's take a look at the connections in the terminal box.
Hey, the trouble might be in there at that.
Covers both of them. Pat, hand me a wrench.
Yes, sir. Let's see, I left it lying right there on the floor, and it will put rings around my head and call me Saturn. Look at this.
You call that a wrench?
It's the handle of it, or part of the handle.
Don't tell me you broke an Endurium wrench.
Who, me?
Let me see that.
Yes, sir.
It would have been cut with an atomic toy.
You cut a wrench. Besides, there's nobody else aboard to cut it.
We'll worry about it later. Get me a wrench out of the tool kit. Is that around here?
Yes, sir. I had it right over here. The tool kit's gone. Hey, Commander, I know you think I'm space happy, but it's true. I lugged it in here and set it down. Somebody must be aboard. A stowaway. We'd better
Hold it, Happy. What's down there? Are those the plastic handles of some of the tools?
It's an orifice. But they are all right.
I think you're right about a stowaway.
And he made the reefer system talk out. Wait till I get my hands on him. Commander, what's that? Up there in the bulkhead.
It looks like a big welt in the metal.
But, Commander, it's moving. I think I saw it move.
You're right. Crawling along like a worm. A gigantic worm.
Where did that thing come from? A worm as long as your arm.
There's another one. Lower down on the other bulkhead.
Hey, our stowaway brought them aboard to keep us interested while he wrecked the ship.
No, Hank. These are the stowaways. Huh? Look at the metal bulkhead. Pitted where they crawled.
Gee, that's Endurium. How could a worm make any impression on a sheet of Endurium?
Because that's what they eat.
What?
That and other metals. That's what's happened to the tools. Pat, get that rod.
Yes, sir. Here it is, sir.
We can knock them off with that.
It's coming loose, sir.
Yeah, now get the other one.
Well, come loose. It's stuck tight.
Wait, Hap. Lean close to it and listen.
Feeding a metal bucket.
Got to shut this compartment off in a hurry before this thing eats a bigger hole.
Yes, sir.
Now let's get forward and boost the oxygen supply.
Commander, look. Out there in the corridor. There are dozens of them.
All our air's escaping.
We're too late. They've eaten through the hull.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. You have 1,750 chances to win in the Name the Planet contest. Right, Space Patrollers. 1,750 chances to win a wonderful prize, like a Schwinn bicycle, for example. 750 Schwinn varsity bicycles are being given away. Schwinn, the lightweight bike. Plenty sharp-looking, plenty rugged, with 3-speed gear shift and 2-wheel handbrakes. And listen, you have 1,000 chances to win a beautiful Space Patrol wristwatch, or a super-powered autosonic rifle, a streamlined outer space helmet, or a valuable Space Patrol emergency kit. And remember, every Space Patroller can get a free prize. Just have Mom or Dad go with you to your Weatherbird shoe store for your free space coin album. Now, inside it, you'll find your Name the Planet contest entry blank and free space coins. Terrific coins, big as $50, with designs of planets on them in starlight silver. So good-looking, you'll want to get more and build a real space coin collection. And here's how. Inside every new package of good hot Ralston, you'll find another swell space coin to add to your album. And on the outside of every new hot Ralston package, directions for entering the contest in case there's no Weatherbird shoe store near you. look for the package with a picture of the Commander or Cadet Happy on the front. So go to your Weatherbird shoe store for your free coin album, get a package of good hot Walston with a free space coin, and enter the Name the Planet contest now. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Iron Eaters of Planet X. While Buzz and Happy are on a trip to Venus, their refrigeration system fails. The interior of the spaceship rapidly becomes stifling because of the sun's heat absorbed by the hull. As they attempt to locate the cause of the trouble in their ship's cooling system, they discover two enormous worm-like creatures, literally feeding on the Androium bulkhead of the ship. They seal off that compartment, but find dozens more of the metal-devouring worms in the corridor. Now, with air rapidly escaping into space, they stagger toward the forward end of the ship, gasping for breath.
Seal off this section, Hap. Help me with the door. Yes, There's another worm in the bulkhead over your head. Here's the spacesuit locker. We'd better get into our spacesuits before that one eats through the hull. Here, Hap, into it quick. Yes, The worm dropped to the deck. Hey, look at that hole. All the air will be gone before we can get our suits on. I'll press my spacesuit tight against the hole. That'll stop the leak till you get into your suit. Then you do the same for me. Yes, sir.
Fighting against blacking out from lack of oxygen, Happy struggles into his spacesuit. Then, revived by the air supply within the suit, he holds his gloved hand over the hole in the ship while Buzz dons his suit. A few moments later, Buzz is at the controls of the ship, correcting their vector toward Venus. Happy returns from an inspection back aft, smiling through the faceplate of the spacesuit.
Commander, I got great news. What do you think? Those worms are all dead. We can seal up the holes in the ship, cut on the air supply.
All right, Hap. We'll seal up the holes, but we'll keep the air turned off until just before entering the Venus atmosphere.
Yes, sir. But why?
For two reasons. There's no air in the ship. The interior is now as cold as outer space. That's a bonus with our refrigeration system out of order.
Yes, sir. But what's the second reason?
The worms. How do you know they're dead?
Well, they died when the air left the ship.
Perhaps it was the cold that affected them. To make the ship warm again by bringing the air up to normal pressure, they might thaw out.
Keep it cold. But, sir, what makes you think it's low temperature rather than lack of air that stopped?
It may be a coincidence. But isn't it strange that we should have this mysterious trouble with our cooling system on the very same trip that those weird, meth-eating monsters show up?
Wow.
How did they get aboard the ship? What did happen to our cooling system that couldn't register on our electronic trouble indicator?
Did you think they were already frozen when they were put aboard?
Someone planned the failure of our refrigeration system to revive the worm.
But who could have done it?
You might have a clue after Professor Erskine examines these creatures.
Professor Erskine?
Venus University. He's an authority on planetary zoology. He'd examine the worms while I'm at the hospital talking to Professor Bulow.
Hours later, Happy sits in an office at Venus City Space Patrol headquarters, anxiously awaiting the commander's return from his conference with Professor Bulow, the expert on mass psychology. At last, the door opens.
Come up with an idea? Can he tell us how to disorganize the reactor plant?
We can't expect miracles, Happy. Before he can come up with a practical plan, he's got to know about conditions on Planet X. Better luck with the other professor, though. Zoologist.
Oh, will you talk to him, too?
Yes. Professor Erskine examined our metal-eating pets. He had to dissect them with an atomo torch.
I'm not surprised.
Their systems are designed to transform metallic substances into nourishing chemical compounds. Not like the living creatures we're familiar with. They are dependent on plants to transform minerals into food.
Are any of the worms still alive?
Yes, they revived. They're safely sealed in old-fashioned wooden boxes. They won't eat anything that was once alive in the sense that we know. No meat, fish, plants, or trees.
Just nice, juicy Endurium lynxes and tender spaceships.
The professor is sure their basic food is iron ore. He lifted with a magnet.
But where do they come from?
He doesn't know. He refuses even to guess.
Well, if he doesn't know, who does?
We do. The professor eliminated all the planets but one.
Planet X.
Right.
But how did they get in the ship? Who put them there?
We're blasting off the Terra immediately, Happy. There's someone there I want to talk to. Someone I think can answer.
Meantime, in Prince Baccarati's castle, His Highness is receiving an urgent spaceable message from Terra. Unscrambled, a frantic voice is earnestly pleading.
Something went wrong, Your Highness. Corey is still alive. He's coming back to Terra.
I've already heard the news triangle from my agents on Venus.
Question me. He probably suspects me as it is. If he gives me a brainograph test, he'll know everything. You've got to protect me.
Don't worry. Corey will never question you. I'll order one of my other agents on Terra to take care of you. His name is Brugger. Now, don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Baccarati out. Yes. Kruger will take good care of Bird again. The incompetent bungler.
Back on Terra in his private quarters, Bert Gant paces the floor nervously. In the corner is a bag packed with a few belongings. At the sound of footsteps outside his room, he stops pacing, eyes staring wildly at the door. And then... Who is it?
Kruger. Over there.
Oh, Tom, wonderful. I've been worried. My bags are all packed. I'm ready to go.
Put it down, Gant. You aren't going anywhere.
But His Highness said you would take care of me.
That's right. You're this.
No. No, don't shoot me. This is all a mistake.
Yeah. You made it. His Highness doesn't like bunglers.
There are other people in the building. They'll hear the gun.
It's silent. Now lie down so you won't run.
No. No, Kruger, please.
Drop it, Kruger.
Huh?
I said drop it.
He came just in time. Came just in time. You know what he was going to do.
Yes, I know, and I know why he was going to do it.
What do you mean?
Don't play innocent, Gant. You supervised the loading of my ship. You saw to it that those metal-eating worms were loaded into the refrigeration compartment in metal boxes. Really, you fixed the solenoids and the magnetic heating exchange pumps so they conked out. As the ship warmed up inside, the worms thawed and ate their way out. I did do it.
Honestly, Commander.
You had it done then. Baccarati's orders. That's why you were afraid to come to Venus with me. You never had a minor operation. I had your record checked.
I had to do it. Baccarati had something on me. Something that happened years ago. If I'd come out, I could never have held a good job with the government.
So you helped a man who's trying to destroy the government you worked for. That's great logic, son. Now give it to me straight and fast. I'm in a hurry. Those worms came from Planet X, didn't they? Yes. Where on Planet X?
From the Iron Mountain. It has a high percentage of iron ore. The worms are thick on it, and then it's like an antler.
X is a big planet. Where is Iron Mountain?
In sector L15, about 100 miles east of the Colossus River.
Happy?
Yes, sir.
You'll see that Gant and Wood are locked up. And we'll blast off of Planet X. First, we'll pick up some fishing tackle.
Fishing tackle?
Yes, several tons of steel netting. Let's get these fellows ahead.
Many hours later, the Terra 5 soars over the surface of gigantic Planet X. No enemy ships challenge them because Baccarati's warning system, destroyed by Buzz and Hattie on a previous foray, is still virtually useless. Mile after mile of the vast planet rolls under them. And then, finally, a barren peak looms blackly ahead against the setting sun.
That must be Iron Mountain, sir. It's checked with the grid coordinates.
Notice it's not a growing thing for hundreds of miles, not even a weed. The metal-eating worms have this area all to themselves.
They can have it.
All right, Hatton, we'll cut our velocity and get ready to land at the base of the mountain. Open the bomb bay.
Bomb bay open, sir.
Lower the net. Cut on the cargo winches. That's enough. Now, when we land, a tangle of steel netting will be stretched out on the ground several feet behind the ship. Stand by to cut rocket.
Standing by.
Cut rocket. Full repeller ray.
What's to keep them from attacking the ship?
The repeller ray. A half unit ought to keep them away. Won't lift the ship.
I'm worried about the cables holding the net to the ship. Those are steel, too.
They're covered with thick plastic. It's organic material, not mineral. The worms won't touch those cables.
Commander, they're crawling to the net already. It's almost as though they could smell it.
We'll wait till they get a good haul, then we'll blast off.
Within a few minutes, the heavy steel net is a mass of giant crawling creatures, eagerly devouring what to them is a rare delicacy. Finally, Buzz turns to Happy.
We'll blast off now before they do much damage to the net. Cut on the rear magnetic beam. That'll hold them to the net, and also keep chewed-up pieces of the net from falling.
Yes, sir.
We'll rise up several feet with the repeller ray, Hap, so the rocket blast won't ruin our dinner party. Fire rockets. Cut repeller ray. We'll go up several miles where it's good and cold. That'll put the worms quietly to sleep the way it did in our ship.
I don't think we've lost any of them, sir.
We'll keep our velocity down fairly low so the net won't trail back into the rocket blast. And that means we won't reach the reactor plant until long after dark. That's fine. Dr. Roddy's men won't be able to identify the ship. When it flies over and nothing happens, they'll assume it's a Planet X ship.
High above Planet X, the Terra 5, with its strange cargo dangling beneath it, roars toward the nuclear reactor plant through the utter blackness. Then through the infrared viewscope, Happy sights two tall metal towers rising several hundred yards from a group of massive buildings.
There it is, sir. I'm going to fly as close to those towers as I can so the net won't have to fall far. Professor Erskine assures me that the worms are practically indestructible and have absolutely no sense of pain. Still, I'm going to make it as easy as possible. The net's just a few feet off the ground, sir. All right, Hap. I'm going to fire nose rockets and fly the repeller ray. For a couple of seconds, we'll be hovering right next to the towers. Be ready to release the net. Yes, sir. Cut it loose. All clear, sir. Let's get away from here.
And so, with a burst of speed, the spaceship leaves the reactor plant far behind. Then, using the row of hills to the east as a shield, returns and lands to wait developments. If the ship has alarmed the personnel at the reactor plant, there is no sign. Hours pass. Then, in the dim light of dawn, black lumps on the ground begin to move. The chill of outer space is leaving their bodies, and they awake. They munch contentedly on strands of the steel net, as though it were soft spaghetti. Soon, the net is gone, and they crawl toward the Endurian towers. There is no hurry, no greedy scrambling. There is food for all, hunger. The towers continue to radiate their tremendous, invisible energy across Planet X. And in the growing lights on top of the hill, Buzz and Happy watch. Then, suddenly, Happy exclaims,
Wow. See that flash of light? The worm from North cross trace in one of the towers. Fell and cut through a heavy power line from the generators. Hey, the crew is coming out of the buildings now. Yeah, screaming out. Hey, look at them scatter. And no wonder the towers are buckling. The men are in no danger, but they don't know it. There go the towers. The mob doesn't know what to make of it. But, sir, a few of them are running toward this hill. They must have seen us. Yes, I so did the rest of them. They're heading the other way, toward the river. Scared to death, I guess. Happy. How many men do you count running toward the hill? Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4... 8. That's what I got. Those are the men we came for, Happy. The atomic expert, Fakarati, abducted. Let's go down and meet them, Hap. Yes, sir. You know, Commander, I've always heard that a worm turns, but I never expected to see a worm do anybody a good turn. That's my good bet.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corey. I don't want you to miss the opportunity to win the Giant Rocket Clubhouse or one of the other big prizes. But you'll have to hurry. Go with Mother or Dad to your Weatherbird shoe store for your free Space Coin album and contest entry blank. If the Weatherbird man has run out of albums, ask him to get you one. Then you get a package of hot Ralston with the free Space Coin inside. Remember, see your Weatherbird shoe dealer, get some hot Ralston, and enter the Name the Planet contest today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a scientist laboratory on the planet Venus, bound hand and foot by Prince Baccarati. As they struggle to free themselves, a vacuum pump steadily draws air from a chamber containing a powerful chemical.
Keep struggling, Happy. Got to cut off that pump before the chemical explodes. The cord is digging into my wrist. How much time have we got? It'll blow up when the indicator reaches 100th of an atmosphere pressure. 100? Smoking rockets is almost that right now. The ropes are so tight I can hardly move.
Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story, Cyclone in Outer Space, when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Len Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton, recorded this morning at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. The test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste well. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puff or flake, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. Do as Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue, Jr., and other top test pilots do. Make your cereals rice checks and wheat checks. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.